Thank you. Star Trek changed everything. And aren't these conventions wonderful? Mr. Shatner, we want you to open the show. Star Wars? Oh, wait a minute. I can do Star Wars. I can do it. George. It's George, isn't it? May I call you George? Thanks. You can call me Mr. Shatner.
What's up, everybody? Good evening. This is Brian, the Nerdporeal Lifeform, signing on to bring you guys some more entertainment. Today, we're going to be talking about a movie that not a lot of people have heard of. Came out in 1977. It's called Star Wars. So, everybody, let's welcome our panel right now. So, first person, he decided to come out of his Pokeball just to be here. And he's very exhausted from all that fighting. So let's give a warm welcome to Judge Whoopa.
Hello. It is I, Judge Whoopa Troopa, ready to pass my judgment on Star Wars 1977.
And we have another guest. He prefers cash and not credit. Let's give a warm welcome to Cash Money 007. How you doing?
What's going on? It'll be fun to talk about Star Wars always.
And we have a guest, another great guest. We have Star Wars Theology. How you doing?
How you doing, sir?
Ready to talk about some Star Wars? I mean, it's practically in your name. It's your bread and butter.
Yeah.
And last but not least, the host of Tuesday Night Trek. He is a guy, but he's not just any guy. He's a Star Wars guy. What's up, Master Paul?
Hi, thanks. I love that intro. Thank you.
Well, thanks for being here. I mean, this is something I've wanted to talk about for a long time. So, Star Wars for me has been my gateway to science fiction, and I would not be on Tuesday Night Trek with you guys. I would not be talking. Probably would not have even started this YouTube channel if I wasn't, if I didn't get into, all this stuff that made me as a child. So guys, just I want to know, how'd you guys get into Star Wars? Start with Master Paul.
Okay. Well, admittedly, I am someone that grew up with the prequels before the original trilogy. So what got me into Star Wars was Phantom Menace, and then I saw Episode 2. I never saw the original 1977 Star Wars until my mom and dad rented it from our local movie rental store, and sort of in the lead up to Episode 3 releasing in theaters. So for me, I certainly respect Star Wars 1977 for what it is, and I do like it, but it's not the same as growing up with the prequels for me.
I see. So what about you, Star Wars Theology?
Well, Star Wars has been big in my life. Actually, a fun fact is that I listened to Star Wars first in Spanish than in English. So the actors that did the Spanish translations, they were famous. So the same thing, like and obviously that translated to all my life. Actually, the reason I study what I study was because of Star Wars. I got into machinery, like how a machine works in aircraft and all that. So it's thanks to Star Wars. And now coming back to the present, Star Wars basically make me find you guys. Like this community that we form is because Star Wars unite us all. So yeah, it's a big thing. Yeah.
Well, thanks for sharing that. Well, you Cash Money.
Well, I've been around a while, so Star Wars. I started with the Star Wars 77, and then went to Empire and Return of the Jedi. But I was probably but the prequels have a lot. I enjoy those as much as probably like Revenge of the Sith is probably my second or third favorite Star Wars movie. But Star Wars was just, sci-fi. It's just awesome. You've got epic battles. You have Darth Vader. You have it's just awesome. Luke Skywalker, Jedi's. It brought me into games like Knights of the Old Republic, and then now we're here. So I just this group EBN, different Star Wars channels, X-Wing. They actually made me excited about Star Wars because like after The Mandalorian, I was just kind of like, in certain things that Disney was doing, I was just like, I don't know if I care about Star Wars as much anymore. And so a lot of these channels actually brought me back to caring more about Star Wars again. And it's nice still, like TNT still shows the old movies. So, they're usually on all the time. They have marathons.
Now they only show the special editions, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't show the original theatricals.
No. I think they usually just show the special editions.
Yeah, I think it's because they consider the special editions the final form from George Lucas, according to but nothing compares to the to the original
I agree.
Release. Yep.
Yeah, when I was a teenager, Nerdporeal, my friends and I and my brother, we went to the Chinese Man Theater and saw the Star Wars Special Edition. It was quite awesome. There were a lot of people. I still remember that. So.
Okay, I will probably touch upon why I did not see those in the theater. But before that, want to hear from a certain Woopa.
Hello. So I'm in a similar boat to Master Paul. I am but a young Woopa. And I was growing up around when the prequels were coming out in theater. I actually didn't watch them in theater. It was my parents' date night. So they went to watch it while I stayed home. But that's kind of first time I remember. First time I really remember getting into Star Wars was actually a quite famous game, Star Wars Battlefront 2. I'd go over to my uncle's house, and he had that on his PS2. And that was a whole lot of fun, just playing that. And that's kind of when it started. Then I got all the 6 Star Wars movies on not necessarily legal CDs, as it used to go, and so that's kind of it kind of started from that. It was always very popular. Everyone could always make. Excuse me. Everyone could always make references. Growing up in school, even before I watched all the movies, everyone knew the references. Everyone knew, how, the big lines and how to, talk like Yoda, all that type of stuff. But I didn't watch the original version, this 1977 version, until you told me about it, and I watched it last week. That was the first time I ever watched the original versions. I've watched, the special editions before, but this was the first time watching the real, the theatrical version.
That sounds freaking awesome. I wish I could rewatch the original version for the first time ever. So before I go into how I got into it, I want to say welcome to everyone in the chat. So who we got here? We got Pacific. When I left you, I was but the learner. Yep. Subhuman. Yeah. By the way, keep those quotes going. So Subhuman 84, welcome. Green Lantern 345. He's a goggle and gadget kind of guy.
Yes.
Padawan.
Very good at improv, by the way.
Yes, he is. Padawannabe is here.
He's got a lot of Star Wars knowledge, Padawannabe.
Jake D, Modporeal. I should call him the Woo Modporeal because he goes woo all the time. Punk Wild's the other Nerdporeal. And anyone else? Anyone else? Commodore Ty is here. Welcome, Commodore Ty. My friend in real life, Brian Anderson, who's been on streams with me in the past, or a stream. You know, there's gonna be more where that comes from. Welcome, Brian. And we have Guyver Mecton. What's up, Guyver Mecton? How you doing? Thanks for coming by. So this is something Commodore Ty said, which pretty much applies to me as well. So I did see Star Wars before these 1995 VHS tapes came out. My parents rented them, rented the first movie. I would think I was 6 or 7 years old at the time. And I was still like, you know, I had massive ADD. I still have it, but I had massive ADD as a kid. I only would pay attention to like Nintendo games or cartoons and stuff. Not a whole lot of live action. So Star Wars kind of flew over my head. But the thing that I remembered the most, the scene that I remembered the most growing up was when Luke and Leia are in a shootout on the bridge in the Death Star, in the shaft. You know, the doors, they're like, you know, he's getting the rope ready and they're about to swing across the shaft and stuff. That was the scene I remembered the most. So, but yeah, the Empire, Return of the Jedi were on TV. It was broadcast on NBC, I think 92, I think. So I saw those, learned about who Luke's father was, you know. Yeah, and then, you know, the 94, 95 VHSs, I was like in 5th grade. So I was at the age where, you know, you get into this stuff. So I got the tapes. I asked my parents for it for my birthday, for Christmas and stuff. And I watched them, and they had that awesome VHS trailer that I made a version of that, but I used I tried to make a version of that, but for the original 6 Star Trek films. There's video's out there for that if you want to check it out. But I watched that already hooked me up. And then of course, right after that was the Leonard Maltin George Lucas interview, where George Lucas basically talks a little bit, you know, kind of skims about how he got into or how he made the movies and stuff. And so it was from the Return of the Jedi VHS that I learned that he was already working on the prequels, you know, episodes 1, 2, and 3. So, yeah, so I watched those, got hooked right away, and then Shadows of the Empire on the N64 came out, and then I started playing Star Wars games. And then, you know, then Rogue Squadron came out, then KOTOR came out, then Force Unleashed came out. I played all those games. KOTOR 2, of course. And I watched the prequels, and I watched my friend Steven got me into the Clone Wars micro series and the Dave Filoni animated series. So yeah, it was you know, there was a lot of good Star Wars. A great time to be a Star Wars fan in the 90s and early in the 2000s and stuff. So but yeah, thanks for sharing that, Commodore Ty. I did not see the special editions because I had the VHSs and my folks were going through hard times. We did not go and see the special editions. So I didn't see that version of it until the DVDs came out in 2004. So that took a while to come out. So
yeah.
So let's go forward. So let's so a guy named George Lucas, who we saw in that intro video, was the guy that came up with this wacky idea of space wizards, laser swords, and planet-killing laser stations. So apparently he got his idea from comics, from comics back in the day, from your serials, your Flash Gordons, your Buck Rogers, all your Edgar Rice Burroughs novels. You know, what's the name of that movie they made, John Carter, which is what John Carter was, you know, adapted from?
Dune.
There's a little bit of Dune with the whole, you know, spice and the Tatooine idea. So yeah, there's a little bit of that. And of course, that whole idea of the Jedi being guardians of peace and stuff came from a novel series called The Lensmen, which were basically space police. And then they were basically what do you call it? The Lensmen were basically they were prior to the Green Lantern Corps. So the Green Lantern Corps kind of stole that idea from Doc E. Smith's novels. So. And of course, how I know this is because if you watch the video of George, you know, saying, "Hey, I'm writing my first page of the prequels." This was like late '94. You see his bookshelf, and he's got all these books. So he's read a lot of science fiction to come up with his ideas and stuff. So he writes a big script. He writes about 3 movies worth of script, and what ultimately basically makes it into the original film, they cut a lot out. They cut a lot of lines out. They cut a lot of dialogue and a lot of useless scenes that didn't move the plot anyway. So the best, a great video I just watched today was, are you guys familiar with the cut, or what was it, the editing cut that saved Star Wars?
I've seen it. Yeah.
Okay. No. I just watched it. It's a great video. It really, the guy did his research on like reading the script, and basically on like they changed the order was different. So like Lucas had a rough edit, and he showed it to like Spielberg, Brian De Palma, a whole bunch of directors, and they hated it. They said, "What is this? This doesn't make any sense." So he brings in like his wife, Marsha Lucas, to come in and basically re-edit the thing. So all the things that like build up and pay off, was most of it happened in post, like, the Death Star and stuff. The whole, the Death Star, has cleared the planet and stuff. That was all added in post. Like that wasn't originally in the movie. So like originally they went and they basically destroyed the Death Star without any stakes. So a lot of the sense of stakes came in the final edit. So yeah. So that's basically the background of Star Wars. Care to comment?
Yeah, I heard about that edit. Yeah, without that edit being done, Star Wars would not be what it is today. It was really important. It made the whole sequence of the storyline, better. It flew better. Yeah, it's a great video. If anybody has not seen it, you should check it out. It saved Star Wars. Yeah.
It did. Like it would not have been successful. Star Wars would not have been successful if it wasn't for Marsha Lucas's edit. So I didn't believe that at first, and well, I was wrong. I can admit when I'm wrong. So
it makes a huge difference. A huge difference. If you see, I think the video takes before and after. It's really good.
Yep. So basically, this was a project that took 4 years to make, and people went and saw it, and it was successful. So I figured, let's dive into Star Wars.
Before we do, I actually have a fun fact of my own to share about this movie from the behind-the-scenes perspective. So, the place where I work, my local caverns, one of the things that we are famous for is the fact that we had some scenes from a movie shot down there called The Other Side of Midnight. It starred a lady named Susan Sarandon. It was some sort of like love noir story sort of thing, kind of, I guess, along the lines of like Casablanca or something. I've never seen it, but it released the very same weekend as this original Star Wars movie did. In fact, according to some of the people that I talked about at work, The Other Side of Midnight was the more desirable movie to theaters than Star Wars. And the studios had to basically make a deal with the theater saying the only way you're going to get The Other Side of Midnight is if you get Star Wars along with it, because people were thinking that The Other Side of Midnight was going to be the bigger hit, and well, look where we are now.
Wow.
That's a nice one.
I have not seen The Other Side of Midnight. You said Susan Sarandon was in it?
Yes, Susan Sarandon.
Okay.
Interesting.
Guys ready? All right. So, I got to start out with this. A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna get copyright.
I can do it on my guitar if you want.
Heck yeah, do it.
All right, let me grab it. All right, let me see.
It is a period of civil war. Rebel spaceships striking from a hidden base have won their first victory against the evil Galactic Empire. During the battle, rebel spies manage to steal secret plans to the Empire's ultimate weapon, the Death Star, an armored space station with enough power to destroy an entire planet. Pursued by the Empire's sinister agents, Princess Leia races home aboard her starship, custodian of stolen plans that can save her people and restore freedom to the galaxy. And then we begin the movie. Mm-hmm. And what do we see? We see Leia's starship being pursued by a never, ever ending Star Destroyer. A little bit of a David and Goliath analogy, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely.
Yep.
So this sets up the Empire as a larger than life threat, and we haven't even met Darth Vader yet. We haven't met the stormtroopers. We're just seeing a single shot, and we see the two ships passing above the camera, and I cannot imagine being in, because I was born 7 years after Star Wars came, 7.5 years after Star Wars came out. So I cannot imagine being in the theater for the first time as a kid and seeing that for the first time. Like, it's crazy. It's amazing.
Yeah. Like, the closest thing that I can think of as someone that grew up with Episode 1 is seeing in the theater for the very first time Darth Maul's double-bladed saber ignite for the first time.
Oh yeah, the theme, the duel of the fates.
Mm-hmm.
How can you forget that? It's and made the prequel. It made the prequels freaking memorable as hell.
Exactly.
Yep. I remember growing up, in school, everyone, even though Phantom Menace does not exactly get the most love, I don't remember a single kid growing up who didn't think like, oh, I want to have a double-bladed lightsaber.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I still want one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and this is semi off topic, but not 100%. Shadiversity did do a video on that and determined that they are actually tactically viable. So
yes, I've seen that video. It is a very well done video.
Mm-hmm.
I remember reading Plagueis. Now that we're talking about double-bladed lightsabers, I remember reading Plagueis, Darth Plagueis, James Luceno novel. Apparently, that was based off of Exar Kun's ancient weapon, because that's something Plagueis is like basically evaluating Maul. He's watching Maul like train and stuff, and he's using a double-bladed lightsaber. He's like, whoa! He put that weapon together himself. That's the blade of Exar Kun. So, I think I first heard of Exar Kun from KOTOR.
And by the way, if anybody has not read the Darth Plagueis novel, please, when you get a chance, read it or listen to it, because it's awesome.
It's probably
one of the best.
I agree. It's probably my favorite. It's probably my favorite prequel era novel. That and Labyrinth of Evil, and you know what? Revenge of the Sith novelization.
Oh yes,
Revenge of the Sith novelization is better.
Wow.
And I love the movie. It's better than the movie.
It's better. I agree with you. It's just the dynamic between Anakin and
Palpatine.
Palpatine and Obi-Wan. The friendship, that they go so deep in all those relationships. Yeah, it's great. It's great.
He literally does. He pulls a Babylon 5, and he says, like, Palpatine's basically like, "What do you want?" And it's basically one of those questions to really get into Anakin's head and stuff. Mm-hmm. One of the villains in Babylon 5 does that too, Mr. Morden, but not. But that's a great series. If you like Star Wars and you like space battles and larger than life villains, that's a great show. So basically, we meet the Leia's starship, the Tantive V4, and the Star Destroyer, which is called the Devastator. And so the Devastator, so the movie begins, the Devastator is shooting at them, they're fighting back. The Tantive V4 is disabled, and then they get pulled into, they get sucked into the Star Destroyer with a tractor beam. When I was a kid, I thought the good guys were the Star Destroyer, and the villains snuck on in that little craft. I thought like Vader and the stormtroopers came out of that little craft that goes into the Star Destroyer. So I didn't know the Star Destroyer was actually the villains because I was a little kid. What did I know? I didn't know what tractor beam was. So yeah, I was a dumb kid. So so we meet. So the very first line of dialogue is from C-3PO.
Yep.
So we see C-3PO and R2-D2, and they're basically saying, "Oh, we're doomed" and stuff. So while everybody is getting ready, battle stations, the crew or the soldiers on board, or the troops on board the Tanavi are they're basically lining up to take on the stormtroopers. They're going to blast their way through at any moment. And so 3PO and R2-D2 go all the way into the back. They somehow get separated, and the firefight starts. And the stormtroopers in this movie, actually hit people. Isn't that weird? So so here's the thing: stormtroopers are a threat, and that builds tension further down in the movie. And so here the Star Destroyers, basically the stormtroopers take out almost all of all the troops on the Tanavi, and then the rest of them they take prisoner. So C-3PO, basically, there's that shot where they're C-3PO and R2-D2 are basically trying to cross from room to room, and then while the firefight's going on, and they're lucky they don't get hit and stuff. But what's funny was in that part of the movie originally was shot with 3PO fell, and remember that part of the movie where 3PO's like, I'm melting, this is all your fault, as a little gag. Well, that was originally right after they enter the room, right after how they cross the room with the laser, the firefight still going on and stuff. Well, that happens right after that, and I was like, it's not a good thing to put a comedic moment right away in the movie. Would that be something Disney would do now? Yes. Another dig at Disney. All right, I'll keep that to a minute. I know some people like the new stuff, so I respect that.
Nerdporeal, I was curious. Have you ever read the Star Wars Legacy? I guess it's considered Legends about Cade Skywalker. Have you read any of the graphic novel of that?
I have not. My friend told me about that, so I've heard of it. I hear like Luke appears as a Force ghost and annoys the hell out of his. I don't know if that's his grandson, great grandson.
No, it's
a descendant. The son, Cade.
Yeah.
No, his son's Ben. I know his son's Ben. Cade is like a descendant. This is like 100-something years later, I believe. So Luke's already a Force ghost, and
he is, but I don't know. Which
novel is this one again?
It's a Star Wars Legacy.
Star Wars Legacy.
It must be after the 100 or 200 years after the events on the EU world.
So maybe it is. I'll have to look into that, but I'd recommend you looking into that if you've been reading some Star Wars novels.
I
still have a lot to catch up on. I still need to read.
There's so much. It's so much.
Darth Plagueis and just other ones. There's so much. I know there's a lot.
There's a lot. I mean, even if you completely disavow all the Disney stuff, there's still so much Star Wars content to discover and to take in and stuff. So it's a win-win either way. If you like the Disney stuff, keep watching. If you want to keep the EU stuff, for me it's perfect because I haven't read them all. People who have read all the EU, I feel bad for you. I mean, all you could do is reread it and re-enjoy it and stuff.
Yeah, so, you never know. It's good to read the EU because you never know what elements of the EU they're gonna put in this timeline now with all the Boba Fett and Mandalorian. They're putting stuff there.
That's true. That's true. So I want to say hello to a few more guests. We have Mike Likes Tacos. We have Boba Fett. Isn't there a show? Isn't there a show? Isn't there a show right now? I'm not watching it though, but isn't there a show about a guy, your cousin? His name's Boba. We have Leia Rose is here. She says hello to Cash Money.
Hello. Yes.
And anybody else come in? Action Com. The resident. He's gonna be he's Tuesday Night Trek's fact checker pretty much.
Oh, he is. But what he just said here, I didn't know that.
Well, thank goodness that Alec Baldwin was not on the set.
Oh,
I did not know. Oh,
Shots
okay,
fired.
okay, ooh, okay. Hey, we
I had
have
to do it.
hey, we have your buddy input latency. How you doing? Thanks for coming by.
It's friend put.
Friend put. Okay, friend put. Okay. All right. So
I'm proud of
let's-
you, Whoopa. You went for it, so good job.
I couldn't just leave it there, you know.
Hello, Leia.
Fair enough.
All right, so where are we? Okay, Leia. Speaking of Leia Rose, it's for you. So apparently, R2, a young woman with interesting, with a unique set of hair, puts something into R2D2, like a little disc or something. So right away, so we see right after that, Vader basically comes on board with the gong, boom, dun, 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 and then you hear the breathing for the first time. Okay, that doesn't do it. That doesn't do justice.
Let me try.
That's better. That's way better. So Darth Vader comes in, and he questions Captain Antilles. How's he question him? He chokes him. He's choking him. He's holding him up like he's holding him up in the air and choking him, but he's not choking him hard enough
Pretend
so
this
that
is Captain Antilles.
Antilles.
Whatever.
Where are those transmissions you've intercepted? What have you done with those plans? We've intercepted no transmissions. This is a consular ship. We're on a diplomatic mission. They won't. If this is a consular ship, where is the ambassador? And then he kills him.
Yeah. By the
So
way,
what-
if you don't want me to do the Lego thing, let me know.
Oh, you can do the Lego thing. Do the Lego thing.
Okay. Just
I
making
enjoy
sure.
it. Sure.
Okay,
Okay.
so I did some research. I did some homework. Nerdporeal. It's Cole Skywalker is Kate Skywalker's father. So I had to
Oh,
do
okay.
research, yeah.
Because I know his son. I know Luke had a son, and his son he named his son Ben after obviously Obi-Wan or Old Ben. So, which is weird. So when we see Force Awakens and we find out Kylo Ren's name is Ben, I was like, why is his name Ben? Why is he Ben? So, but we're not talking about that. So we meet Vader. Are you guys? Should we be scared of him? Yes.
Yes.
He picked up he choked a guy.
Definitely.
He choked a guy with a single arm and then killed him. And so what does he say? Commander, tear the ship apart until you find these plans and bring us the passengers. I want them alive. Okay, I sounded more like David Prowse than James Earl Jones.
I was
But-
about to say that.
James, yeah. So James Earl Jones is the voice of Darth Vader, and he was up. It was him against Brock Peters. If you don't know who Brock Peters is, Brock Peters plays Admiral Cartwright in the Star Trek movies, and he plays Joseph Sisko in Star Trek: Deep Space Nine. He plays Captain Sisko's dad. And I was listening to a little bit of the audio drama that Brock Peters provided the voice of Vader. And I listened to this part of the movie. This is actually the end of the third act. So the beginning of the Star Wars, the beginning of 1977 Star Wars, was actually the end of the third act of the audio drama, the New Hope audio drama. And I was listening to how Brock Peters was delivering these same lines. Of course, there was additional dialogue. And I'll be honest, James Earl Jones gave more of an angry. He gave him more of an angry voice. He was more angry and impatient compared to Brock Peters. Brock Peters was cool and he was just completely sinister. So imagine Admiral Cartwright being totally evil for evil's sake with a mechanical voice. That's Darth Vader. And you know what? I could buy him as Darth Vader.
I will have to listen to this.
Yeah, it's just look up Star Wars audio drama 1981. Somebody I forgot the name of the channel, but he put in music. So there's John Williams music. I think he added sound effects. So it's a pretty solid thing. I haven't finished it yet though. There's a lot of extra dialogue from the original script that is in the audio drama. So, but actually the audio drama starts with Luke. We start with Luke on Tatooine. And he does he does Beggar's Canyon racing and stuff, and we see him with Biggs, and of course I don't know if you guys seen the extra scenes from the Blu-ray or the extra
that features Cammy and Fixer.
Yeah, the deleted the deleted scenes and all that. Have you guys seen that? So
Yes.
so they originally they what was funny was when they opened the movie and the Star Destroyer is chasing the Tanavi, then it cuts to Luke being on the plane. He's working on like a moisture evaporator or something like that. I think that's what it is. And he takes the binoculars and he looks up in the sky and he sees like sees little flashes in the sky. And then of course it cuts back to the Star Destroyer. That was what was in the original edit, and it's a good thing they took that out because it didn't really add anything. We didn't know who Luke was at the time, and it just took away from the tension of the opening scene. And I think they made the right call on that part. So where are we now? So I got to so we meet Vader, and of course she gives R2D2 the disc, and so R2D2 has to. She also gives R2D2 the coordinates to get to where Obi-Wan is located. So apparently, Bail Organa and Leia know exactly, or they know where on Tatooine Obi-Wan is located. So R2D2 gets the escape pod ready, and Leia kind of goes off and hides somewhere else. So stormtroopers are basically searching the ship inside and out, and they spot Leia, and Leia shoots one of them. Mm-hmm. And very uncharacteristically of stormtroopers, they shoot her with a stunner. And I think this is the only time in the original trilogy you see the little circular stun weapon, and they hit her. Mm-hmm. They actually hit her. So once again, the stormtroopers are not idiots. I mean, they still kind of are later in the movie. But in the beginning of the movie, stormtroopers are being set up as a legitimate threat, something that we shouldn't take lightly. And that's something I miss in cinema now. So Leia gets captured, and Leia gets brought to Darth Vader, and Darth Vader questions her. And what does she say? She's like, Darth Vader, only you can be so bold. The Imperial Senate will not sit still for this. When they say, oh, don't act so surprised, Your Highness. You weren't on any mercy mission this time. Several transmissions were beamed aboard this vessel. I think that's actually what he says. He said they were beamed aboard this vessel.
Yes, which Star Trek reference much?
So yeah, in the original audio, so unlike what Rogue One decided to kind of retcon, they basically come across they find out there was a big space battle and that the rebels won the space battle, and they get a really quick transmission. Like you have 10 seconds. You want this or not? And they're like, yes, we'll take the transmission and stuff. And they get it. And right after they get it, then Darth Vader and the Devastator comes and starts pursuing them. And so that's kind of how that whole beginning of the movie starts. So basically, she tries to keep Vader at bay, and he's like, "You are part of the Rebel Alliance and a traitor. Take her away." So, that's
whole.
What's up?
Oh, so the whole first part of Darth Vader, it's a lot more ruthless than I remember. I guess it's been a while since but I guess the memory a lot of Darth Vader, is he's very what are the words I'm trying to think of?
Menacing.
He's always menacing, but he's more like
subdued and quiet.
Yeah, subdued. He's like a lot of like kind of that quiet power, and now like the first scene, I didn't expect this. He's very like you feel the dark side coming. Like it's very you are part of the Rebel Alliance and a traitor. Take her away. Like,
he
very
screams.
Forceful.
Yeah, he screams.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, he screams. Yeah, like he's like I agree. He screams it out, and he basically he doesn't even use the Force. He chokes the guy with his arm. Like he's like give it to me. He's like, well, he doesn't say. He's like, give me the plans. I was gonna say, give me Genesis. Wrong movie though, because Christopher Lloyd does that to Shatner.
enough of you.
Yeah, Christopher Lloyd does that to Shatner. He basically picks him up with, well, he picks him with both arms. Give me Genesis. So, oh, look, we have another guest. Brandon, the anime guy. What's up?
Hey.
Tosses him like a dead chicken. That's right.
Yeah.
Snaps his neck and just throws him against the bulkhead. That's where I learned. You know where I learned that word bulkhead from? I learned that from Star Trek. All right, going on. Let's go forward. So basically, they basically say, oh, let's make up. Darth Vader's like, oh, let's make up a story that all aboard were killed. Because they're worried. The other officers are worried that holding her is dangerous. She could generate sympathy for the rebellion in the Senate. Well, that doesn't seem to be a problem because we all know what happens later in the movie. The Senate gets completely dissolved. So basically back to C3 or R2D2. They go into the escape pod and they launch it. And luckily for them, and this was a big risk because Leia and Captain Antilles considered this from the audio drama that the Empire could shoot them down and just destroy it, but the Empire doesn't because they detect no life signs. So it was probably a dumb mistake on their part. Luckily, Vader wasn't on the bridge, when they were giving the orders, because I know he would have shot them. So they land on Tatooine. And we know 3PO and R2D2 are basically, they're the two tramps. They're based on the two tramps from the movie The Hidden Fortress. The Hidden Fortress is an Akira Kurosawa movie about two tramps that have come across a warrior that basically help him save a princess and whatnot. So kind of where Lucas decided to use the Lucas basically I guess this was in the final edit where he basically made the entire beginning from their point of view. So they basically bicker. C-3PO is mean to him. He kicks R2 because C-3PO in this movie C-3PO is a bit of a jerk. And they go different ways. C-3PO goes further into the desert, into the sand dunes, and R2 goes towards the mountains. So C-3PO remains in Tunisia, and R2 goes back to Southern California because that's where they shot the whole Ewok thing with him on the mountains and stuff. So Tatooine, desert planet, not Dune, not Arrakis, but Tatooine.
Yes.
How many desert planets have they done now? Ever since Disney took over, there's obviously Jakku, the one
in Rise of Skywalker, Arvala in Mando.
What's it called?
Arvala.
Arvala.
Yeah.
So a lot of desert. Arvala has Jawas too, I think.
It does, yes.
So I thought I was interested. I thought Jawas were only on Tatooine, like the Tusken Raiders. Or is it wrong for me to say sand people, like they say in the movie?
I don't know anymore.
Okay, I'll say sand people. Sand people.
I mean, that's what they say in this movie.
That's correct. I don't think they've ever said Tusken Raiders in this movie. Now that I think about it,
to my knowledge, they don't say the term Tusken Raider until Episode 2.
The prequels. Okay. All right. Interesting. So
Obi-Wan is going to get
I never got that. I still not getting what's going on with that. It's sand people.
Well, I remember in KOTOR, like you had to like be careful what you said to the Tusken Raiders. Like I think that was the first KOTOR. You needed to get into the village. You needed like to find like a special translator. So I think you used the HK droid to translate whatever the Tuskens were saying, because I don't think it was something. I'm not sure if it wasn't something you could typically translate. So it's been a while. I do need to replay KOTOR. So once again, C-3PO goes in the direction of the desert. So he's going to fall apart. He's contemplating his existence and stuff, which is what you do in the desert, And he's right next to a crate dragon where he sees a transport. At least he thinks it's a transport. And then you see he's like, over here, help, please help, because he's 3PO. That's what he does.
Yes.
So we go on. It transitions to R2D2. He is basically going along a path along the mountain, and we see these little hooded little creatures played by, I think it was school children that they hired to play the Jawas. So Jawas are sneaking around the crevices of the mountain, and they're like, "Ooh, teeny, ooh, teeny, hiya!" And then, of course, they knock R2 out. There you go. There you go.
Pretty good.
Can you do R2 like, like knocking out, like, oh, and then boom.
I can try. Wait on. No, I can't.
It's like a whimper. He whimpers and then he falls. Boom. Yeah, there you go.
Something like that.
I was lucky enough one time, and I was able to go to a Star Wars cruise, and there were Jawas on the Star Wars Day everywhere. It was crazy. I don't know how many kids they got, but that was crazy. Yeah.
Is it me, or is Nerdporeal's audio constantly cutting out for fractions of seconds? I have no idea.
Mhm.
You guys had any problem hearing me at all?
Not for the most part, for me at least.
Yeah,
Okay.
my end.
Okay, Boba Fett, it's all in your head. It's all in your head. Maybe it's a force. What do you call it? What do you call a force?
Maybe his helmet is malfunctioning.
Uh oh. But okay, yeah, just keep me informed if you can't hear me. I don't know what I can do though. So R2D2 gets captured by the Jawas. So he basically they suck him up like a vacuum cleaner into the thing. I think they put a restraining bolt on him to keep him from. I think the only reason why they put restraining bolts is to keep them from running away. Right? Is that the only thing? So
it's like a remote control on and off switch, I think.
Well, it looks like we have our super secret guest star. He came in early, but that's fine. So this guy is he's a governor. He's a governor, and he has survived the Death Star. But yet we don't see him in Empire. But yeah, he survived the Death Star, and he goes head to head with Moff Madi. About the effectiveness of the Death Star. Let's give a warm welcome to Baron Orman Tag. Sir, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic. How about you? Thank you for having me on, by the way.
Oh, no problem.
I want to correct you. I did not survive the Death Star. That was my brother. I was just lurking around. I was blinded. That's why I got the glasses on. Darth Vader blinded me with his lightsaber, and that's why I'm angry at him, and I want to kill him. I want to kill him big time. So.
Okay, so that was your brother. So that was your brother. What's his first name then? I forget his first name.
Well, I got a mental block on the name because we always just knew him as General Tag and Admiral Mahdi. That they had on there. And the one that did not get choked is the one that's actually supposed to be like the brother of Tag. And Mahdi is, of course, not related. But in the comic books, when they did do the drawing for the Marvel comics, they did make it look like Mahdi instead. The artist kind of got confused on who was who. So, and then, of course, as the EU evolved, they actually separated those two characters out. And, of course, the General Tag that we knew of was one character. The other Tag that was there, that was the brother of Orman Tag, which was the Baron, which I have, is the one that went on with the adventures and eventually took over the Baronhood of the Tag family.
I see. Where's the Tag? Where's the Tag family from? What planet?
Oh,
you know? You know?
I don't know off the top of my head. I'm an EU geek like you can't believe, but I'm there's one fast way to find out.
True.
I mean, but you can't trust Wikipedia completely all the time. So
No, you can't.
Use the Force, aka Google.
Yeah,
Wikipedia is too overwhelming. Like I go to a single article and there's like mountains and mounds of information just on a single character. Like I just like,
Of course.
I read Wikipedia. Like I read Wikipedia. I used to read Wikipedia for years. Like it was like like eating candy. It was that type of thing. But Wikipedia is just crazy. Like there's just so much information out there.
Well, and if you ever notice, it's the stuff that's in the EU that's got the most lore written about it. Is when they do the new canon, that they basically have a little blurb on something. It's like, yeah, you're trying to catch up to about 40 years of world building, universe building on that. And the planet he's from is Tepes, Tepas. Tepes is the name of the planet.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. But of course, the TAG Corporation came along, which of course became solidified inside the EU as being this big corporation in there. So you always find this TAG Corporation ship here, or this design there by TAG Corporation.
There's only one corporation I can think of, and it's because I played KOTOR, the Zerka Corporation.
Yep, Zerka. Of course, that was long before TAG.
Of course, and who made I forget who made the TIE Fighters? Was it I forgot the name of the
Sinar system.
Sinar. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now I remember.
And then I read the Star Destroyers.
Okay. So where are we now?
I'm reading myself.
All right. So basically, so we're in the Sandcrawler now. So R2D2 just gets sucked into the Sandcrawler. And we get to see a whole bunch of weird looking droids. It's a little bit of a creepy scene, there's some walking, there's some that are like half, functioning and stuff. It's almost like a cemetery. It's almost like a cemetery of robots almost. Mm-hmm. So, or not robots, droids. Excuse my language.
Yeah. They say robots in this movie.
Yeah.
Do they? I thought they only say droids.
Mm-hmm. If they trace the robots here, then they would learn who they sold them to, and that would lead them back home.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's right. That's true. Okay, so R2D2 and C-3PO reunite, and they're like, "Oh, we're doomed again. We're doomed." And then next scene happens, and we get to the Lars. We get to the Lars homestead. And we meet Uncle Owen, and we meet a character named Luke Skywalker. And the first thing we hear is, Luke, what is it, Aunt Beru? Tell Uncle if the droid gets it that he speaks Bocce or something. I forget what it was.
Yeah.
And of course, Bocce. Okay, Bocce.
Bocce.
Like the pizza place, like the giant slice of pizza in Chicago.
Or like hibachi, but without the hi.
Hibachi ball.
Hibachi is good. Bocce ball. There you go.
And as we know, Nerdporeal, a trait of the Skywalkers is that they're going to whine at some point. Some will whine less than others, but they will whine.
There will be whine. There will be whining.
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating.
It gets everywhere.
And we're
you were my brother, Paul. I loved you.
He doesn't like sand, and in the movies that will not be named, where does his lightsaber get buried?
Excuse me. Yeah, I've heard. I saw that. I just made my brother and I. We looked at each other and we laughed. We laughed at that, and then we laughed at the Rey Skywalker thing. I'm like, holy crap! The spoilers, or not the spoilers. The leaks were true. It was true, like Han Solo said. It's true, all of it.
By the way, I don't know who's got the cat near them, but your cat sounds like it wants attention.
Yeah, that is Little Girl. That's one of my two cats, and she's been rather noisy lately. Haven't you, Little Girl? I think she wants out. Just a moment.
That's all right. So we're at the Lars residence, and Uncle Owen needs a droid that can speak the language of moisture evaporators. So he gets C-3PO. So he buys C-3PO, and he buys what was the red R2? I don't know if it's an R2 unit, but it was the
R4.
They call him is R4?
R5D4. R5D4.
They're like, come on, Red, come on. And of course, Red kind of blows up, and he's like, hey, Uncle, this R2 unit has a bad motivator. Look, I don't even know what a motivator is. It's just like something that keeps it mobile or something.
I think
gets it motivated.
I think it's like blinker fluid.
Blinker fluid. Okay. And of course, C-3PO says, "How about that blue one? The blue one's in perfect working order." And I'm acquainted with them. And so they buy R2, and of course, Uncle Owen is not just Luke's guardian, but he's also his boss. So Uncle Owen basically tells Luke what to do all the time, and Luke is he's not miserable. He's miserable. He doesn't want to be there. So he wasn't happy that Uncle Owen gave him the responsibility of cleaning the droids, all the sand and whatever. So what's that?
That's the scene you're talking about.
Oh, okay. It's the comic
That's
version.
the comic
Oh.
book. Yeah.
Yep. Very cool.
Tell you what, I'll let you take over the reenactment stuff over here because I'm very limited on my Lego figures. I'll supplement how I can.
Oh, and I forgot to say this. What are you trying to push on us? I can't do it. So, so Luke takes them in. Luke takes them into the garage or the shed to clean up and stuff. So, so basically, 3PO is like, "Thank the maker. This oil bath's gonna feel so good," you know. So he goes in the oil bath and gets cleaned up and stuff. And Luke is basically scrubbing R2D2 himself. And basically, C-3PO basically reveals to Luke that that they were with the rebellion, and we find out Luke is really Luke is not happy there. He's bored. Like he literally says, like if there's a bright center of the universe, you're on the planet that's farthest from, which is true because Tatooine is in the Outer Rim, if I remember correctly, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I forget. I don't think. Yeah. So the Empire barely has any influence on the Outer Rim, and basically, I think the Outer Rim is basically all of Tarkin's territory. Like he's the governor of the entire Outer Rim, whereas all the other Grand Moffs and stuff are basically divided sections of the inner planets, if I remember correctly. So basically, Luke is like, Luke references Biggs. He's like, Biggs is right. I'm never gonna get out of here and stuff. And 3PO's like, we were with the rebellion, and that gets Luke kind of excited. He wants to know more. And while he's cleaning R2D2, he finds the disc, and R2D2 basically accidentally plays the part of the clip that basically says, "Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope." And Luke is like, "Who is this? She's beautiful." And R2 basically gaslights Luke the entire scene. He's like, "What video?" And then C-3PO is like hitting him on the head. He's like, he's like, "The video you're playing, that thing that you're carrying in your rusty innards." He's like, "Oh, it's old data." So, because of course at this point R2D2 does not know Luke, and he doesn't trust him, which definitely changes down the line. I'll say that. Like,
Yeah.
He Archer also said, it's like, maybe if you remove my what was that thing that you were talking about?
restraining bolt.
Restraining bolt.
Yeah, the restraining bolt. I'll be able to do it better because it's messing with my internal functions.
And then once he takes it off, he stops playing it. And then he's like, "Brother, where is it? Bring her back." And then he's like, "What?" He's just like, "What video?" And of course, that's when C-3PO smacks him in the head with it. And he's like, "Oh, I got it." And then, of course, Aunt Beru says, Luke. He's like, "I'm coming, Aunt Beru." And he goes, and of course, C-3PO says, "No, I don't think he likes you at all," saying R2-D2. No, I don't like you either. So we go from that. We go to the very important scene. They're at the dinner table. Luke is drinking. What color milk is he drinking? It's blue, right?
Blue, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
blue.
Blue milk.
Side note, I've actually tried it. It's really good at Galaxy's Edge.
Now, if I remember
Nice.
correctly, it's not milk. It's basically like a soy or a almond or.
It's coconut milk based with a lot of citrus stuff in it. Same with
Okay,
the
so
green
there's
milk that they serve there.
Okay, so it's a fruity. Okay, so it's a fruity
Yeah.
coconut milk. Okay, interesting.
It's like it's basically a smoothie, is what it is.
Oh, nice.
And they have the green milk too.
Yes, and as someone that has tried both, the blue milk is far superior.
Well, because it's in a far superior movie. We saw what happened with the green milk and what happened at the end of that. What happened with that movie? But we're not here to bash. We're not here to bash the movies that Disney spent a lot of money and a lot of work on. So so basically Luke is like, hey, he says, Uncle Owen, I mean, if I do this, I clean the droids. I believe that there's enough help that I can submit my application to the Academy this year. And I was like, and when I first saw the movie, I'm like, what Academy? And then I realized he wants to join the Imperial Academy. He wants to become part of the Empire. So Uncle Owen basically kind of pulls a fast one and says, well, I need you for the harvest, because I won't be able to make ends meet if I for the season if you leave. So he's basically guilt tripping him into staying and stuff. And of course, Luke's like, oh, jeez, it's gonna be a whole nother year before I can go back. I can, apply and stuff. And then, of course, we find out that this wasn't the first time they've had this conversation. So, of course, Luke leaves, and they're like, where are you going? He's like, well, it looks like I'm going nowhere. Got to finish cleaning those droids. And, of course, then he, walks out into the binary sunset. Dun, 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 dun.
Yes.
May I interject something here?
Yeah, absolutely.
This scene, I believe, in the entire, and I'm just going to go with the 6 films because I'm hardcore EU. Mm-hmm. This scene out of all 6 films, I believe, is the most powerful scene in Star Wars ever made.
I agree.
Because you have that starting out with that somber tone as Luke's going out there. He's looking over the homestead, seeing the sunrise. And inside every one of us, and I'm sure even Lucas is projecting himself,
yes.
Wanting to go into that future. I'm stuck here. I want to go somewhere. But it has that somber tone, and it goes into that powerful message in there. And basically what that's saying is this is the last day that Luke is a kid. This is the last day.
Yeah.
Because the next day, what happens? His guardians are killed. He meets Ben Kenobi, Obi-Wan. He gets whisked away and put into the adventure. Everything. This is that last moment. And I don't know how many people really ever caught that. But with that binary sunset, of course, the song became, of course, the Jedi theme more and more that we have now.
Yeah,
it's so impactful.
To me, it's still the binary. To me, it will always be the binary sunset. It's basically, and like you said, it's basically it brings out the emotion of longing. Like he's longing for something more. Mm-hmm. And of course, I'm going to bring Star Trek back into this. Remember when Spock was he's basically saying to Kirk in the motion picture, he's like, I know logic in this. Is there nothing more? And it's the same. It's almost, to me, it kind of, I know I know you guys probably don't think that, but it has that same idea, the same feeling, just right. The longing of it all.
Yeah.
Well, I want to move it back. Oh, sorry. My apologies.
Speaking of the binary sunset, may I?
Of course.
Sure.
All right. So yeah, basically it's this. Hold on. Work, darn you. There it is.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
And, I want to also have another interjection here. And actually, it's not going to be science fiction, but it's going to be George Lucas. And that's going to be American Graffiti. I don't know if anybody's seen American Graffiti, but anybody who loves George Lucas, watch American Graffiti. If you watch American Graffiti, you're going to wonder, George, why didn't you continue on? Why did you stop here? But again, each one of the 4 characters was kind of 4 different facets of Luke. And of Lucas. And you see that also with Luke.
Yeah.
It's just taking American Graffiti, putting it into space in that aspect of it all.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny with the whole Boba Fett. Now, I haven't watched the show, so I can't make any judgments. But with the with the different colored vehicles, everyone that the Boba's new gang have now, people online were comparing it to American Graffiti. So American Graffiti kind of got brought into the conversation. So.
I want to say something about that. It's very important to realize that all the emotional effects of all these storylines is also amped up by John Williams. Because without John Williams,
of course.
Without John Williams, that sunset is nothing.
I agree.
It's very important to realize that John Williams is highly responsible for all our memories.
Like the opening scene with the Tana V4 and the Star Destroyer, that boom, boom, dun 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 dun. It's just driving you to you're there's something going on, something big is happening. The gravitas is up there. So
yeah.
What are you gonna say?
If I could go just off on a slight tangent real quick, talking about John Williams. I saw a really, really cool video on Facebook today of how these two little boys about middle school age that both played some form of brass instrument. I think one had a trumpet, one had something else, and they both went to John Williams's house and stood pretty much on the side. Thank you, Padawanami. They stood on the sidewalk at the edge of his yard and played the Star Wars theme at his house, not even expecting that he'd be there or that he'd hear them, but they were surprised by the fact that indeed he was home, and then came out to talk to them a little bit about that and actually complimented them on their playing.
That's pretty cool.
I wanna add to this because of John Williams. I mean, we got Superman, the theme. We have Raiders of the Lost Ark. I mean, we have
Harry
Star
Potter.
Wars. We have Harry Potter. I mean, it's just so many great memories of John Williams and his music. And
Close Encounters.
right, oh yes,
E.T.
right.
You know, it's funny. I first heard Yoda's theme in E.T. because I saw E.T. before I saw Star Wars. So I first heard the Yoda theme with the kid. So not only did I first hear the Yoda thing, the first time I ever seen Yoda was a kid dressed up as him for Halloween in E.T. When you know they take out E.T. to go trick or treating and stuff. So
and when you watch him, if any of people remember the Boston Pops, and he's been on there before, it's incredible what he does. Just to watch him on TV as well. But just these themes just make you actually have feelings, and you're just it's incredible. Like you guys were talking about the Luke scene, for example, where he's looking at the sunset, thinking about what is his next journey going to be, you know. Yeah.
Or hoping, actually, in that case. He didn't know he was going to go.
Or hoping, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
of course, they were shoved into it.
and Baron, I know we've talked before on another stream, but I just what were you feeling when, you know, he came back and his guardians were burned basically to death and so on? Would you have cried in that scene, or would you be just really angry? You know,
when I saw Star Wars, I was about 7 years old, 8 years old or so.
Yeah.
Because I was 77. I was born in 68.
Mm-hmm.
And
okay.
For when that all came around, the whole thing was sensory overload for me as a kid, because you're just getting so many things thrown at you. But it was shocking. You know, you come around and you see the smoking skeletons of Luke.
Yeah.
And it's like you're trying to take that all in, but the movie's moving so fast, you didn't get a chance to really have that beat as a kid.
Right.
But it's just the fact that, well, now it's like, okay, well, all of his attachments are gone. He has nothing else to go to. And that's kind of how I was kind of feeling at that time.
Yeah.
When they happened. So, it's a powerful scene. It really is. And it's that growth of Luke Skywalker. It's also one of the things that starts showing you that Luke Skywalker isn't a Mary Sue, as people want to try to sit back and say, because you're seeing all his flaws.
Oh, yes.
This kid is full of ugly flaws through the whole thing, which is great, because every hero needs to have flaws.
I agree.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, and and the thing is, he's relatable. We can relate to Luke, and hence why when we get to the end of the movie, the payoff is there, because we are invested in Luke. We are invested in the characters, and it's just that's the reason why this movie is. It's how old is it now? 45. It's going to be 45 years as of May 25th. So yeah, this movie has managed to withstand the test of time. So I think sorry. No, go ahead.
I was going to say, and this movie completely broke every single rule of filmmaking across the way. I was listening to it on the way home from work, you guys talking about it. And it's like the fact that he didn't have the cast members in the titles was one of the things he broke the absolute rules on, and he left the Directors Guild for that because he wanted to fine him. He paid the fine and said, okay, fine, bye. You're looking through the eyes in this world with the droids. Look how long we were fixated on non-human characters, one of which is shaped like a garbage can and goes beep, beep, beep.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you don't meet the actual protagonist until about 16 minutes into the film.
Yeah, that's true.
Think about that. Of course, originally Luke was going to show up before that, but like you were saying about all the good editing that they did, and even though there's some of those scenes you kind of wish they would have put in there, like when he was meeting with Biggs at Tashi Station and such, or in the Anchorhead there. The thing is it works out that way. We finally meet him. It's like, boom, there he is, and you have that light, airy music. Here's your hero.
Yeah, it didn't. Yeah, those scenes, as great as I mean, I would love to see them in the movie, but it just didn't add to the story, and it would have, they would have cut in between that and the Empire, and that would just, messed up with would just mess with the pacing. So I agree with all the editing decisions that they did. So,
and funny that you say that, Brian, because several Echo Base streams, you guys, especially you, Felix, will remember this when they had Robert Meyer Burnett on. They were going through all the deleted scenes of A New Hope, and I remember that one especially. Mr. Burnett said, as cool as that scene was, pretty much what you said, it does not move forward the plot. So if I was editing this movie, I would have cut it also.
And I just wanted to add that, you look at something like the original Star Wars and you just feel these are characters you care about. Supporting characters, you're like, okay, I can put myself in their shoes. Main characters, you actually care about. You can see their flaws, their emotions. This is something that a lot of entertainment nowadays is missing and needs to come back.
And
I agree.
And the good thing about Star Wars is that could be 100 years from now, 200 years from now, and it's gonna be timeless. The story is so strong.
Yes.
It's so. It doesn't. It's a great story.
I mean, it's part of, as far as I'm concerned, it's part of American. This is part of, like Star Trek. It's part of American mythology. And this is basically this movie was basically based off of mythology. Mm-hmm. Lucas wanted to, I think, what do you call it? Psychological undertones that basically connected all the world's mythology together, and that's kind of how he decided to put the story of put the story of Luke Skywalker in the play. So, in other words, the hero's journey, which is what we hear a lot now. Nowadays.
Mm-hmm. And that's actually kind of a funny thing about it, though. Lucas didn't get involved. This is from Gary Kurtz himself, by the way. Did not get involved in Joseph Campbell until the very end of Star Wars filming. But the thing is, he had that hero's journey with the serials, with the cowboy westerns that he grew up with the science fiction novels that he read. E. Doc Smith, I heard being mentioned before. All that. He grew up with basically people that were already in those classical foundations of creating a mythology. Yeah. And basically, him picking up and starting reading Joseph Campbell's like, I already know about this. The only reason why people want to start gravitating towards Joseph Campbell now is because all the eggheads that were dissing Star Wars as this childish fantasy and fairy tale had to find an excuse to actually legitimize that, make it legitimate. So let's go, the pointy head intellectual here and start citing Joseph Campbell at a drop of a hat, like they were doing. But the thing is if you grew up, which a lot of people did, with the stories of Beowulf, the sagas of the Icelanders and Norwegians, and various others, King Arthur, Le Morte d'Arthur, all those things, you are going to build this rich tapestry of a story. It's in a new universe. It's a space universe. And Lucas did it perfectly.
Yep. And one other thing I wanted to add before Nerdporeal continues. Villains can actually be evil. They don't have to be misunderstood like a lot of entertainment is telling us now. They can just be evil. Yeah. And that is great.
That being said, being evil for the sake of evil sometimes isn't enough. Like, you have to understand why they're evil,
right?
But it's a fine line between understanding.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a fine line between understanding why they're evil and making them misunderstood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, don't always. I mean, here's the thing. Sometimes it's fun to have a villain you love to hate. That's just it's as simple as that. Yes. And Darth Vader and Tarkin basically filled that role impeccably in this movie.
Yes. Well, really, who was the bad guy in the film? It really wasn't Vader. It was Tarkin. Mm-hmm. It was the bad guy in the film. Right. And I'm forcing Scott Card that broke it down. Star Wars, it was Tarkin the bad guy. Empire Strikes Back, it was Vader. He was the bad guy. And then when you had Return of the Jedi, it was now handed to the Empire.
Yeah.
And that's the path of what the film is. So as impressive and neat Darth Vader was, and of course I'm a Christian fan. I love Vader. He was a great actor, which I would have met. He was so wonderful in there, and you can understand exactly what Tarkin wanted. He wanted power.
Yes.
Yeah. And apparently Judge, I'll let you go.
Oh, I was to say this is kind of off topic, but I was just thinking about this. I mean, it's still on Star Wars. It's just we were talking about it a bit back, and I forgot the iconic line. You know, I was gonna go to Tashi Station and get them power converters.
Well, you can waste time with your friends when your chores are done, Whoopa.
Yeah, but I was saying, you know, now we have the Boba Fett show, and those 4 guys show up on their bikes. Were those the power converters that Luke was talking about?
I have no idea.
Maybe.
That,
But then again, though, that line right there, but I want to go to Tashi Station and get some power converters. That's an example of what we were saying earlier about how Luke is relatable because he wants to get out of his chores. Heck, there's been chores that we've all wanted to get out of and be like, hey, I want to go to the football game with my friends or something.
And I think the cool thing about that too, not just that's, like Nerdporeal was saying before, you know, Skywalker always has to whine at something, but I think it's just what is really cool about Star Wars, especially the OT, is just how they just drop random stuff like that. You don't know what Tashi Station is, you don't know what these power converters are, but he says it in a way that's just so normal. That's like, yeah, it fills the world with these fantastical things. You know, we don't know it, but it's, you know, it leaves you knowing that there's more always to discover, I guess. You know?
And the actors, like all that, like you're saying, like, you know, all that stuff that nobody knows. Well, the actors didn't know what they were either, and they were like, "Oh, we don't want to say this, George. Please don't let us say this." Like there was like a moment in like they were talking about like, you know, what was going on in the galaxy. When they were being pulled into the Death Star, and Luke's like, or Mark Hamill's like, "No, please, George, please don't keep this in the movie. Please don't have us say this." And I think George listened, and George said, "Okay, sure." So sorry, Baron, what were you gonna say?
Oh, I was going to sit back and say what it's like is when a civilian watches a war movie and they're talking all this war jargon and all this this term for equipment in the military. A lot of the civilians don't know what's going on, but it has the atmosphere, and it's a real thing that's going on. It's like you don't know what it is, but it's something that's important.
Yeah, I was pretty impressed with some of the more recent war movies that came out. I really liked 1917 because one thing about war is I feel like a lot of older movies don't really capture this. Now, Saving Private Ryan did capture this. You need to feel a sense of fear and a sense of tension, and maybe even a little bit of panic because, you know, I want, if you're going to watch a war movie, I want to be able to feel what the person on the battlefield's feeling, which is, you know, nothing but fear, you know, amongst all that chaos, amongst all that destruction. Like you're in a continual state of fear. And 1917 managed to make me feel that throughout the entire movie. It was like a single shot film.
Band of Brothers also does a really good job of that. But I know it's not really a movie, it's a miniseries, but
oh yeah.
Go watch 12 O'Clock High with
12 O'Clock High?
12 O'Clock High with Burt Lancaster is a 50s film, or it's like either, I think late 40s, so like right almost after the war. And it deals with a B-17 pilot. They actually made a TV show by a Quinn Martin production in the 60s. But go watch that movie. That's exactly what you're looking at. It's a psychological effect of war on a pilot. Okay,
I'll have to check that out. I forget if that's what they had to watch for the original film, because I know they were using like real like World War II dogfights to kind of help, you know, illustrate the battle at the end of the movie. But I think maybe it was 12 O'Clock High that Rian Johnson. I know nobody likes Episode 8, but I think one thing I read before seeing the movie was that Rian Johnson required them to watch. I don't know if it was 12 O'Clock High or some other movie where they were fighting a battleship and they were bombing and stuff, where they got the idea to, you know, drop the bombs in outer space, despite the fact that there's no gravity in space. But that's an issue for another day. So it's just something that came up in my mind. So why don't we proceed into the plot further? So Luke just had that longing feeling. We got to hear the binary sunset theme. iconic. So Luke goes back into the garage, and for some reason it's dark, and C-3PO was he hiding there, or was he deactivated, and Luke just basically used his control to reactivate him?
He was deactivated, I believe, because
So
No, he was hiding, actually.
he sort of lurches up. It's like, whoa, please don't shoot me.
No, what he was doing was just hiding, because what Luke had was the droid collar. That's the thing that when they put the restraining bolt on, you hit that, and basically it's to get the droid's attention. So 3PO was hiding because R2 took off, and Luke wanted to know where they are. It's like, where are you? It's like a remote control.
And he's like, please don't deactivate me. But he went on his mission. And then, of course, Luke knew exactly what he was talking about. So they're like, they go out, they try to look for him, and he's already out of sight. So it's already nighttime, and it's never a good idea to go out at night on Tatooine, with the sand people, crawling about, So, there's a cat.
Can we see her?
Mr. Mouse, there he is. Say hi, Mouse.
Hi, Mouse.
He looks camera shy.
Yep.
Yeah, he's something.
So we fast forward to the following day. So Luke already took off before, his uncle and aunt. He saw his aunt, because his aunt's like, "Oh, Luke went out to do some things with the droids," and Uncle Owen's like, "Oh, okay." And that's the last time we see them.
Yes.
Well, not really the last time we see him, but
Last time alive.
The last
Yes.
words that they say.
Yeah, that's the last words that they say in the movie. So let's see, where am I at now? So, okay, that's not where I'm at. So, so basically earlier in the movie, and I forgot to bring this up. So R2 basically reveals to Luke that he's the property of Obi-Wan Kenobi. And Luke is like, I don't know who Obi-Wan is. I
wonder if he's
Ben.
talking about old Ben.
Yeah, he's a strange old hermit who lives out on the Dune Sea, I believe.
That
And
was just a crazy old man. He's best forgotten.
that's your uncle talking. So they go onto the that's a land the vehicle they're riding is a land speeder, right? So they get into the land speeder, and they manage to track R2 down, but when at the same time they get under the radar of some sand people, and they manage to catch up to R2, and of course, and R2's like, oh, there's some creatures approaching from the southeast.
Yes.
So because Luke is still a kid, the whole idea of seeing sand people is like, ooh, I gotta see this for myself, just something cool to do. Tell your friends about it, brag about it, say, oh, I saw them. And of course, Luke tries to see them, and he gets attacked. And
you know what the sand people should have done to incapacitate Luke? They should have shoved a lizard up his nose.
wow,
have him tripping balls for like the next 30 minutes.
Oh, man.
wow, that's dark, Paul.
Bringing that image back.
That actually happened, by the way, in Book of Boba Fett.
Really?
Oh,
Yes.
Really?
It did.
That
Yes.
happened.
Oh,
Yes.
What the hell?
glad I'm not watching it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, it
Thank
did.
you? Question
So-
mark?
So we don't
I'm
see.
sorry, Whoopa. I didn't know you hadn't seen it.
So
I'm just saying, like that's such an absurd thing to think.
Thanks for
about.
bringing that back up, Paul. I appreciate
Hey, you want to come out
I
and
couldn't
sniff some
resist.
lizard?
Right, you gotta watch out. In school, your mom, you're taking those dare classes. Your mom, if someone offers you a lizard, say no.
That's right. No lizard.
No lizard.
What happens to the Geico spokesman when he loses a job, huh?
That's right.
Yeah.
So we don't see how they knock out Luke. They just knock him to the ground, and they tries to hit him. And of course, it was the. If you guys haven't seen The Empire of Dreams, it was basically the lead stunt guy was doing all the stunts for that. And right after that, he had to take the costume off because it was so hot. Because Tunisia at that time was super duper hot. Like they were miserable out there. Like the filming was just miserable for them. So what do the sand people do? They take Luke, they drop him, and they try to pillage his land speeder. So, and all of a sudden, I don't know what it is. I remember when I saw the original version of Star Wars. It sounded like sirens. It sounded like ambulance sirens.
It's a crate dragon call.
And I'm assuming Obi-Wan was doing that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
speaking of,
Interesting. There he is.
just imagine that he has gray hair.
He just has gray hair.
old Ben.
I don't have
Pelican.
the right Lego figure. Let me find it. The one with gray hair.
So I thought that was like a force. I thought that was like a force howl or something. I had no idea what that was. So that's a crate dragon call. Okay.
Yeah.
And so we see a hooded figure of a man approaching Luke. The sand people run away because crate dragons are bad, I guess. So he comes up and he puts his hand on Luke's head. Now, what was he doing? Was he doing force heal, like Rey or something? What was he trying to do?
They never really said.
No, that's true.
That's honestly what I assume it was.
Are just checking to see if he's alive.
And of course we see that. And of course we see that famous shot. He lifts up his hood, and he looks up and he says, "Hello there.
Hello there.
Come here, my little friend. Don't be afraid." And then, of course, he's talking to R2-D2. Now, in the new version, in the Blu-ray, I don't know. I think the DVD and the special editions did it too. He's kind of hiding in a little cave and stuff. But I think in the original version, he was just out in the open.
He was in a little cave. Mm-hmm. But what they did with these new ones, they put a rock in front of it now.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's okay. That's right. CGI rock. Yay.
You imagine if the new series of Obi-Wan finishes at that part, that would be so cool.
That would be interesting.
That would be cool.
By the way, that rock is Geode's first appearance in Star Wars.
Oh my god!
No,
boy.
Baron, no. Not you too, man. Dang it, dude. I've already made so many Geo jokes, but
the High Republic, Okay, so Luke comes to, and of course Luke's like, "Oh, Ben Kenobi. Oh, am I glad to see you?" He's like, I forget exactly what he says. He's like,
the Jundland wastes are not
to be traveled lightly. There you go. And of course, he just remembers that 3PO, while Luke was being attacked, 3PO on the side of the frame falls. He's like, I don't know if it was him screaming when the sand people attack. It was a weird So they go and they get 3PO. His arm is off, and let's just say it's not the first.
You skipped something. This
What'd
is where you skipped where he claims to be the property of an Obi-Wan Kenobi. Do you know him? Is he related?
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
That's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
A long time.
And
so, do you know him? Of course I know him.
He's me.
He's me.
I haven't gone by the name of Obi-Wan since all before you were born. Mm-hmm. So the droid does belong to you. I don't seem to recall owning a droid. I don't ever seem to recall owning a droid. And
which,
then, of course,
enough, is true.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I forgot. Sorry, I forgot that. So, and then they go and they get 3PO, and 3PO's like, "Oh, leave me behind, Master Luke. I'm done for." He's, "Oh, come on, we'll fix you." And so they bring him in. They bring him into Obi-Wan's hut, and. So Obi-Wan basically comes in, or Obi-Wan basically tells Luke about.
Hey Brian, bring up this latest comment by ActionCon. That's funny.
Obi-Wan, wasn't that a nightclub in Shanghai?
Yes, it was. And that is where Indiana Jones tried to trade an urn for a diamond, but ended up getting poisoned in the process, and he got a really annoying girlfriend in the process too. What is
that? Antidote for the poison you just drank.
Yes.
Now you give me the diamond. And then he, of course, Indiana Jones, and that part threatens her with the knife. Or the
girl,
fork,
I find another.
So that failed. So yeah, even Indiana Jones was willing to do whatever it took. If he had to do villainous things, he had to do villainous things. So I didn't know that. Oh, I gotta rewatch that now.
The Club Obi-Wan.
Club Obi-Wan. Jeez. That's hilarious. I did not know that. That's crazy. I'm blown away.
This is random while we're talking about it. What's his name? I know this is sorry, I can't talk. I've been having some lizard, you know. Ewan McGregor's brother is in the Royal Air Force, and his call sign is OB2.
Oh,
Really?
That's true.
Yep.
You want to know? You want to know another fun fact? I'm sure you guys all know this. Ewan McGregor is the nephew of Dennis Lawson, who plays Wedge. Did you know that?
Mhm.
It's his mother. It's his mother's brother. So that's his uncle.
It's his father's brother's cousin's former roommate.
That is true.
And his
Wrong,
stunt double. His stunt double is the brother of the man who played the young Owen Lars in the prequel trilogy. So oddly enough,
Really?
Owen was his brother.
Really, I didn't know that.
I also found out that Ewan McGregor, I knew some people who worked on sets, and they said he likes to hang out with the crew during lunch breaks and talk to them. So I thought that was really cool.
Nice.
Yet
Nice.
more reasons why Obi-Wan is my favorite Star Wars character.
Sounds like makes me think of Keanu Reeves now. Like, you know how he like bought them. He like, I forget. He gave like the crew. I forget what he gave the crew. But he gave them like money.
He gave him
for
Harley.
the Matrix. Oh, Harleys. Yeah. So he basically gave everyone in the crew of the Matrix like Harleys. You said he did something nice for them. So hence why Keanu, everybody loves Keanu for that reason. So now, would he ever be in a Star Wars thing? I hope not. Stay, play John Wick forever. I love those movies.
They want him to be Darth Raven.
Darth Revan?
Yeah, Raven. Yeah.
I could see
Everybody, because he has the attitude to be that guy.
I could see that. Wow.
Excellent.
So we're at home. Obi-Wan's home now, and we learn about Luke's father. So apparently, what did they say? So Uncle Owen continually lied to Luke growing up. He kept saying his uncle was like a captain of a spice frigate or something, or I forget how he.
Pilot spice frigate. Yep.
And of course, what does Obi-Wan say? That's your uncle talking. He didn't hold with your father's ideals. Felt that he should stay home and not get involved. So apparently, in this movie, I guess Uncle Owen was supposed to be Luke's real uncle and was supposed to be his father's brother. I'm taking it. Before we learn about the truth on their relationship later in the prequels. So, and what else do we learn? We learned what's the first thing Luke asked Obi-Wan?
You fought in the Clone Wars?
Yes, I was once a Jedi Knight, the same as your father.
Mm-hmm.
How did my father die? And of course, that's where Obi-Wan thinks about. He's like, a young Jedi named Darth Vader.
Hold on, you're getting ahead of yourself again.
I am?
He mentions that Luke's father was the best starfighter pilot in the galaxy.
And a cunning warrior. Okay. Yeah, that actually, it's a good thing you brought that up because that's going to be important later in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then of course, Luke then asks, Luke asks Obi-Wan, how did my father die?
Hold on, you're still getting ahead because we missed the most mind.
Oh yeah, that's right. Your father wanted you to have this when you were old enough, but your uncle would not allow it. This is your father's lightsaber. It is a weapon of the Jedi Knight.
But it's closest setting I could put it on.
It is a weapon of the Jedi Knight for a more civilized era.
Now, hold on. I gotta do one more thing just for the laughs.
It's a good thing I have you on the stream, Paul.
I'm having fun. Are you guys having fun?
Yes.
Yes.
A more elegant weapon of a more civilized age.
That he looks right down the barrel.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
And then I think he asks, "How does his father die?"
Yes, now you're correct.
All right. How did my father die? A young Jedi named Darth Vader, who was a pupil of mine until he turned to evil, helped the Empire hunt down and destroy the Jedi Knights. He betrayed and murdered your father. So we find out that this evil dude, Darth Vader, basically betrays Luke's father. So it gives there's a little. Now we learn that Luke has a connection to the main villain of the movie, and
Now,
betrays and murders his father
from a certain point of view.
I'm curious. Go ahead.
Oh, you realize in that you had yourself that short scene with Alec Guinness doing that almost soliloquy to Luke, explaining everything. And in that short little scene, you got so much lore, but still had so much mystery behind it.
Yes.
He explained the Clone Wars. He explained the Jedis. He explained what happened to his father from a certain point of view. At that time, they didn't know which way it was going to go, to be honest. But the thing is there was so much lore that just got laid in that small little section of story, and it still left so much mystery. It was just brilliant how they did that.
I agree, and I feel that was something that was kind of lacking in like the Force Awakens and stuff. So when people compare the Force Awakens to Star Wars, I mean, yeah, on a shallow, on a surface level, yeah, that's true. But reason why I still love the original Star Wars is because it sets so much stuff up. The Force Awakens does set some stuff up, but it doesn't set up enough.
Yeah, the closest thing to what you're describing, where Obi-Wan's laying out the Clone Wars and what the Jedi are, the closest thing that I can think of that we get to that in The Force Awakens is when Han is talking to Rey and Finn about how Luke went looking for the first Jedi Temple because he was trying to raise a new generation of Jedi, but, quoting him, an apprentice turned evil, took some of the Padawans and slaughtered the rest.
So it's true. All of it.
Oh, yes, that is true. I've seen that deleted scene.
I don't think I have. It says in the Blu-ray. Maybe I have to watch it again.
I think so. It's right as Yoda's dying, and it's part of the conversation where Yoda's saying, "Unfortunate that you rushed to face him. That incomplete was your training." That in that specific bit of dialogue.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it was interesting because I know that Lucas didn't initially intend for Darth Vader to be his father, right? That's correct. I know I'm getting a little ahead of myself. Yeah. But what I thought was interesting watching this original cut for the first time is that when he says, how does your father die? There's a good bit of pause there, and it doesn't look like, because you can have a pause of like distress, like it's a hard story to tell, but it didn't feel like that. It did feel like Obi-Wan's thinking, what do I tell him? It didn't feel like, he's upset about it. It felt like he's trying to think of a story. I don't know if that was just me or not, but it felt like he was trying to think of a story to tell.
Yeah, there was that pause. So yeah, I agree with you.
It's how you approach it. It's anything in that situation, whether it was going to go the way that Darth Vader was a separate person from Anakin or whether it's like, how do I explain to this kid what happened to his father? I'm going to tell him a story that his dad got slaughtered by a friend of mine, my apprentice, and how is this kid going to take it? And he's already getting a lot of stuff dumped on him right now. So it would have everybody sitting back going, how do I approach this now?
Mm-hmm.
I actually, I agree with MJ1 Media on this one. Lucas didn't intend Leia to be Luke's sister. I say this in my Star Wars trilogy video. Even as a kid, when I first saw these movies, the whole Darth Vader being Luke's father, spoiler alert, 42-year-old spoiler alert, but I could buy that. But with Leia being his sister, I was like, right after that, I'm like, I mean, I know what they were in Empire. They were setting her up to be like Luke's successor if he dies. I mean, the movie itself states that, and I could buy her being or another Jedi, another potential Jedi or Force user, but sister, nah. As far as I'm concerned, she's still the biological child of Bail Organa, and I forget the mother's name.
Actually, Luke was going to have a sister, and that was going to be the subject of the next trilogy. And that statement about there is another was relating to Luke's sister. And that would be the one that Luke would be going for in the next trilogy to try to find, of course, that would be eventually going on. That all got changed, obviously, when Leia became Luke's sister, and so those plans kind of got scuttled. But there was going to be a sister that he was going to search for in the next trilogy.
So the next trilogy, would Vader have still been an overarching villain in the next trilogy, or would it have been a different story?
He would have been dead. He would have been dead. It was basically, it would have been the Star Wars trilogy, except that at the end, you had the happy ending. Vader's dead, all that, and then when it would have been the episode, what would have been 7, 8, 9? That would have been the next trilogy where Luke goes, finds his sister, and then tries to reestablish the order, and she's actually turns out to be the chosen one.
And if I remember correctly, the villain of that trilogy would have been both Darth Maul and Darth Talon, and they would have been running the criminal underworld, kind of along the lines that we see of Darth Maul in the Clone Wars and in Solo.
So the Empire would have been gone in that second trilogy. I'm taking it.
Yeah.
Officially, they would have been gone, but there would have been pockets of stormtroopers remaining that wanted to continue fighting. I guess you could say like the Mujahideen in Afghanistan turning into the Taliban.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But when it comes around to Talon and all that, that was actually for the other trilogy that Lucas was wanting to have Disney do. That was revised for going on, because obviously back in 1980, when Lucas is deciding to go, okay, I'm going to have these 9 films, and then the last ones would be that. But of course, Leia's being changed to his sister kind of derailed that one, and and of course evolved into what he had for his treatments that he gave to Disney, and Disney took a look at it and go, yeah.
Yeah, I read that. Yeah. Like, I read that he tried to sell like this film to Disney, and Disney rejected it. So
even worse than that, they said they would do it,
but then they went behind his back and threw it out, and then he didn't find out until after he looked at it. Is like, this isn't at all what I gave you guys.
Right.
Oh no, I'm talking about in the 70s. I'm talking about in the 70s when he tried to sell the original film.
Oh yeah.
Like, Disney. He went to Disney. He had a meeting. He had meetings with the whoever was in charge at the time, and they're like, "No, we're not going to do this." And of course, obviously he made Star Wars. It was a major success, and we all know what happened after that. A whole slew of science fiction movies came out within a couple of years. So 1979, 1980, a whole bunch of movies. Disney made their own version. It was called The Black Hole. Mm-hmm. Which I finally saw for the first time a few months ago. So
did you like it? It's dark, isn't it?
It's weird.
Yes,
it's weird.
Dark,
there's they go to they're in hell at the very end of the movie. I'm like, what the hell is this? They're in hell. What the hell? Get it?
Oh, yeah. Not to mention, of course, Star Trek, the motion picture, and Wrath of Khan, and
Alien. Alien. Yeah.
A lot of
Last Starfighter.
Are as good as the best one, which is of course Spaceballs. I think we can.
Yes. Oh yeah. I mean, isn't Space Star Wars
merchandising?
And looking back at the studios when the rejections, I think we have to give Alan Ladd Jr. tons of props.
Oh yeah, Alan Ladd Jr.
He was the one that basically yelled at 20th Century Fox to do this, and stood behind Lucas on that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure if you watch Empire of Dreams, you'll know that they wanted to shut down the picture. Like they were like the rest of the board was like we're going to shut you down. And of course, it was basically Alan Ladd Jr. that basically held them at bay, and he was the only one that basically invested in Lucas. He didn't understand Star Wars, but he knew a hard worker, and Lucas. I mean, everybody gives Lucas a lot of crap, but I mean, the reason why Lucas is successful, he's worth over $10 billion now. He was a workhorse. I mean, this original movie, he nearly got a heart attack. He was working 26 hours a day. Like, that's how crazy it was.
Mm-hmm. Dude.
Mm-hmm. Like he nearly had a heart attack. Like he had the high blood pressure, and he had chest pain. He had to go to the hospital for a bit.
And the CGI on this movie, I was gonna bring it up. I'll probably bring it up in other bits too, but like, it's not that bad. There are bits that are like with the lightsaber, when the lightsaber comes out, that kind of make you chuckle, because you have to pause, and then all of a sudden just whoa. But so there's bits of it that you can definitely tell its age, but a lot of it, like a lot of the explosions and all that stuff, I'm like, wow, that's actually pretty good. Like watching a movie made from 1977, not the special version. It's like, wow, this is pretty high quality. Like it still holds up fairly well. I was surprised with.
Yeah, the practical effects were ahead of their time, and some of the scenes, their paints, they were perfect. They had the painting artistic method to make it so real that you would not know it was fake. It was great. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going. So basically, Luke plays Leia's message to Obi-Wan. Basically, knowing General Kenobi. Years ago, you served my father in the Clone Wars. Now he asks for your help in the struggle against the Empire. In this droid, I have the battle plans needed to be delivered to Alderaan in order to defeat the Empire. And it's like, this is our most desperate hour. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. Swoon. Okay. And it was the first thing Obi-Wan says. He looks at Luke and he says, you must learn the ways of the Force if you're to come with me to Alderaan. He's like, huh? No, I got to get home. I'm late. I'm already in for it as it is. And Obi-Wan's like,
your help, Luke. She needs your help.
I'm getting too old for this sort of thing.
Yes. Real quick, Brian, before we go any further, I'm going to go ahead and dip out. But I do want to say thank you for having me on here. And literally every single one of us on this panel in some way owe our very existence on YouTube to this movie. So for that alone, Star Wars is one of the greatest movies of all time.
Yeah.
You have anything you want to plug, Paul?
Yes. Of course, Friday, tomorrow, Animation Friday, we'll be covering the last 2 episodes of Clone Wars Season 2 and the Phineas and Ferb Star Wars special.
Sweet.
Sunday, our normal stream, myself and Cash will be covering Boba Fett Episode 4 and Cobra Kai Season 2. And then after that, of course, the following Tuesday Night Trek, myself, Cash, Brian, Pacific, who I see in the chat here, and some other people, we will be continuing our dive into Star Trek The Next Generation Season 1 and an episode of The Orville thrown in as the cherry on top. So make sure, guys, to follow me over at the Star Wars Guys, and just remember, everyone, subscribe to the Nerdporeal life form, and the Force is family. See you guys later.
All right, may the Force be with you, Paul.
Subscribe to the Nerdporeal life form. Paul. See you later.
Take care.
Yeah.
See you.
I'm gonna take advantage, and I need to leave too. But Nerdporeal, thank you for inviting me. It's great to be with this guys in the panel, and Star Wars is very important to all of us. It's important to me, may the Force be with you guys all the time. So
may the Force, and also with you. I'm gonna go Catholic. I'm gonna go the Catholic response.
Yes,
and Lutheran,
exactly,
and also
exactly, yeah. I've been doing a lot of shorts. I have some Star Wars inspirational shorts. Also, I have some Star Wars quotes. I'm big on quotes, so I do those. And I'm preparing a video, but it's gonna take me some time because it's gonna be named Choice. I'm gonna take the character of Luke Skywalker and Anakin and go through a comparison of the decisions that they made through their story and why one shows good and the other one shows evil. So but it's gonna take me a little bit because it takes a little bit of time to create that video. But thank you guys. Yeah.
All right, have a good one. Take care. Have a good night.
You too.
Take care.
Okay, it looks like we have 2 spots open. I put the link in there if you want to join. Just click and come on board if you have stuff you want to share about the original Star Wars. So let's continue. So basically, of course, Luke basically is like, no, I can't go to Alderaan with you. I have to get home. I have chores. I have stuff I need to do. So of course, Obi-Wan's like, you must do what you think is right, of course. And then, of course, we get to the I think we get to the Death Star this time. I think this time we get that famous Death Star Council scene. So we get to meet you. We get to meet your brother. We get to meet Bear. He's not. I don't think he's a Bear. General. We get General Tag and Admiral Mahdi are basically arguing about the effectiveness or about the active threat of the rebellion. Whereas Mahdi is dismissive, doesn't because of the Death Star. He's very confident in the Death Star being effective against them. And Tag is more cautious. He's like, they're winning. They won a battle. We shouldn't underestimate them. And then, of course, they talk about, of course, Tag brings up the Senate and this is where we meet Grand Moff Tarkin, played by great Peter Cushing himself. And what does he say? What's the very first thing he says? He's like, "Oh, that will be of no concern. The Emperor has dissolved the Senate permanently." And now the regional governors have direct control over their territories. Fear is what will keep the people in line. Fear of this battle station. So of course, they get. I forget. Like, oh yeah, Mahdi's basically like, we are now the ultimate terror of the universe, and they should know this. And of course, Vader chimes in and says, "Don't be too proud of this technological terror you've constructed. The ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of the Force." And of course, Mahdi being a little less self-aware is like, "Don't try to frighten us with your sorcerous ways, Lord Vader. Your sad devotion to that ancient religion has not conjured up the stolen data tapes or." And of course, we hear the famous, "I find your lack of faith. I find your lack of faith disturbing." So then after that, basically Tarkin puts a kibosh in that and says, "Vader, release him." And then of course he does as you wish. And so we got to meet Tarkin. So it was basically Tarkin is basically pulling Vader's strings in this one. So Vader's basically just simply an agent, tasked with finding the plans of the Empire. And he has the ability of the dark side ability, which Obi-Wan, I forgot to mention, actually tells Luke about when he talks about Darth Vader and stuff. So
he was seduced by the dark side of the Force.
Yeah, what is the Force? Oh, a Force is an energy field that gives a Jedi his power. It surrounds us, penetrates us, binds the galaxy together. Okay, I did skip that too. So we learned about the Force, and originally the movie, the Death Star scene actually takes in the original cut of the movie. They put the Death Star scene in front of the Obi-Wan scene, so they switched that for the final cut. So it was another bit of brilliant editing because you needed to set up the Force before you're going to show Vader. It's better to set up the Force, Obi-Wan tell us about it, and then we see Vader using the dark side in particular. So there was that payoff right there. So once again, great editing.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, care to comment?
Oh no! I mean, it shows that it took a lot of people to help bring George's dreams together, and at least he listened.
Yes, he did listen. That's important.
Yeah,
I wish he would have listened later on with the
Yes.
prequels, but he listened at least this time.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Marcia was not his wife. Like right after Return of the Jedi, he basically got a divorce from Marcia, and so she was no longer part of his life. And the prequels were like when all the people that worked on the prequels were basically, I mean, Lucas was practically a god at that point. He was like, he was like the epitome of success in show business.
Who would say no to George Lucas at that point?
As
If you
many
said-
things, yeah. Go ahead, man.
If you said no to George Lucas, he probably would have fired you.
Probably. He can certainly be an egomaniac, but he can also write well too. It just depends.
I'd say to his credit, I think the prequels certainly could have been improved on, but I still really like him. And it seems like if you look at the original cuts of these movies, like before they were put in theatrical, and then you look at the prequels, he definitely improved a lot. So he's a very good writer in and of himself.
But I do agree with Spielberg that he can be obsessed with aliens, and he needs to just back off a bit of that. We saw that in Indiana Jones 4.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. So, and this I did know, but like, the reason why they always shot Peter Cushing from the top, on the other side of the table, was because he was wearing slippers the whole time. The boots were too small for his for his feet. So, I couldn't imagine wearing that. Wearing that. That sounds terrible. So, but yeah, so that's pretty much the Death Star scene. Tarkin basically declares that we're going to use the station. We're going to crush the rebellion with one swift stroke. And of course, right after that, Obi-Wan and Luke, they get to the Sandcrawler and they see that the Sandcrawler was destroyed. And Obi-Wan is able to identify that it was the Imperial stormtroopers. And this is an oxymoron because nobody thinks about the stormtroopers this way now, but only Imperial stormtroopers are this precise in terms of, the way they were shooting and stuff. And people are like, no, the stormtroopers can't hit a darn thing. At least that's what they devolved into over time. So
right, they're very dangerous. Oh, one little note: did you know that Sandcrawler almost caused a war in real life?
In Tunisia?
Yeah.
No.
That almost caused a war. Of course, what country is Tunisia butted up against? Libya.
Egypt. Oh, Libya. Yeah,
Libya. And the Muammar Gaddafi and those guys, they saw this like giant tank thing out in the desert. They thought that was some sort of super weak weapon. They were contacting the Tunisian government saying, hey, halt this or we will invade. And it's like, no, this is for a movie. This is a movie set. This is a prop. This is not a tank.
Oh, I have to look this up now.
Wow, I'm going to look into that later.
That is interesting. Holy crap. Okay, so going back to the movie, so the Sandcrawler was more or less, disabled, and all the Jawas are dead, and we see 3PO basically picking them up and putting them on like a pyre, to burn them and stuff. And they figure out, that it's the same Sandcrawler, and this, Luke freaks out, and he reacts right away, jumps onto the speeder, and goes back home alone. And Obi-Wan's telling him, no, Luke, it's too dangerous, but he goes anyways. He gets there, and it's probably one of the most chilling scenes in all of Star Wars. We see the apparently the Empire was already there. They basically burned the Lars homestead, and we see Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen's charred remains. You can only imagine. It only takes an imagination to wonder what exactly happened and how messed up that is, how effed up that is. Like, were they like burned alive and stuff? Like, this is crazy. Like, and it's frightening, and it was dark, and we're there with Luke, and we're with him as he's experiencing this, and we see Mark Hamill's acting, and it's amazing, and just the way you see his face and stuff, and he goes right back, and he's down, and of course, first thing Obi-Wan tells him is like, "There's nothing you could have done, Luke. If you'd been there, you would have been killed too, and these droids would have been now in the hands of the Empire. So you going out there, so basically." The reason why Luke is alive is because R2-D2 did his little shenanigan. He wandered off, and if he didn't wander off, they would have all been killed.
Yep.
So that's crazy when you think about it.
Yeah, and I think this is something that we really don't get from with Disney anymore. Just the sheer brutality of a lot of Star Wars and the prequels, especially, but even this and all movies in the future. You see the. I don't think there's another time where you see like the charred remains of a person. Like that's that's real brutal, even for Star Wars standards. And they have later on, and there's a lot of hand staying on bodies is a common problem for all of Star Wars. But they show it to you. They're not just nowadays you don't get to see that a lot. But Star Wars was brutal. They didn't shy away from showing that stuff.
No, they didn't. It's crazy. So So yeah, so basically, Luke basically says, "I'm done here. There's nothing for me here now. I'll go with you. I'll go with you to Alderaan. I'll learn about the Jedi. Let's learn the ways. I'll learn the ways of the Force, and become a Jedi like my father." And so now he has that future to go to now. So that his life, he's no longer a kid. I mean, at this point now, he's no longer a kid. So he goes off with Obi-Wan, and of course, they head to Mos Eisley. So they're on that. There's that famous shot. They're on the cliff. They're on the cliff, and they see the horizon. They see Mos Eisley spaceport. And what does he say? What does Obi-Wan say? You'll never find a wretched hive of scum and villainy. We have to be cautious. And so then, if you, depending on the version of the movie you see, there's so many versions of the shot of them on the land speeder entering the city. So like you have the original version, then you have the special edition version in the 90s. Then they did something different with the DVD, and I think they even did something different with the Blu-rays. So they enter the city. And I prefer the theatrical version because you don't get that obnoxious scene of what was that creature? It wasn't a dewback. It was what was that
Bronto.
creature? The thing is going across the screen pretty slowly, and of course that segues right into the scene where the stormtroopers stop them on the speeder, and of course Obi-Wan. They're asking like, "Where are you going? What are these droids and stuff?" And Obi-Wan does his Jedi mind trick because the Force has a strong influence on the weak mind. So you don't need to, they didn't need to see their identification. These are not the droids you're looking for, and he may go about his business. Move along. So then they get to the cantina to find, a pilot that can get them off world and stuff. And we find out that droids are, they are not, they're what's a word? They're second class. They're like second class citizens. They're not welcome in the. They're not. They don't. The cantina doesn't serve their kind. Now, years later, after the fact, it makes me think: is it because of the Clone Wars? Because of the droid army from the prequels that they feel this way, or who knows? And of course, Disney took that a whole new level in the Solo movie. So they go in. Obi-Wan starts talking to some big walking carpet Wookiee guy, and let's just say that is really good actually. I think it was a combination of bear, tiger, and some type of dog, I believe, and that's how Ben Bird created the Wookiee sound, if I remember correctly. So
something like that, yeah.
Yeah, so they're drinking. Lucas gets a drink at the bar, and of course he's being harassed by these two guys. I don't even remember their names. There's pig face dude with like a big scar on his right hand. He's like Dr. something. Mm-hmm. And then there's butt face guy. I forgot the species of the butt face guy.
Qualish.
Qualish? Okay.
Qualish. Yeah.
Qualish.
We call them walrus. Wallace Man back in the day.
Walrus Man, okay.
Yeah,
that's a good one. I like.
And of course, the other guy's like, he doesn't like you. Sorry, I don't like you either. You just watch yourself. We're wanted men. I have the death sentence in 12 systems. Oh, then be careful. Then you'll be dead. And then of course, Obi-Wan comes in. This little one is not worth the effort. Now let me get you something. And of course, this was our chance to see Obi-Wan in action. He throws Luke on the other side of the room, and Obi-Wan picks up the lightsaber and just single slash, and they're gone. They're dispatched. Cuts off the walrus guy's arm.
They did a great spoof of this in Robot Chicken. So if you haven't watched it, I highly recommend it.
There's two of my favorite Robot Chicken. I love Lando and Vader. When Vader's like, I have altered the deal. Pray I don't alter it any further. Right. I want you to wear these clown shoes. If you, I'm not wearing no clown shoes. I've altered the deal. Pray I don't alter it any further.
The one also where
this deal is very fair.
Where the scene, of course, in Empire Strikes Back, and after he lost his hand, and he's like, and the Ewoks destroyed the Empire. That's highly unlogical or something illogical. I don't remember exactly. And then he says, you know what? If you're not going to take this seriously, I'm out. I just couldn't stop laughing at that. He's just like, what are you talking about? What do you mean the Ewoks destroyed the Empire? It's hilarious. If you haven't watched that one, you should. It's really funny.
And the other one,
the hell is an aluminum falcon?
Falcon.
And then of course Blue Harvest. If you haven't watched Blue Harvest, the Family Guy spoof, I highly recommend.
I got him. Great kid. Don't get penisy.
Yeah. Okay.
So, but the other Robot Chicken I really like is the one where Jar Jar meets Darth Vader. Jar Jar meets Darth Vader. Annie, oh Annie, and then he's like Darth Vader's like, Jar Jar, I'm no longer Anakin Skywalker. And then he just basically throws Jar Jar out the airlock and into space. And then Darth Vader's in bed because that's what he does. He goes to bed. And he has a Star Wars themed comforter. And Jar Jar appears to him as a Force ghost. He's like, "Look at me, Annie. I'm all sparkly gold. We're gonna spend time together." Yee ha ha! It was just like, oh, and he's like, oh.
Doesn't R2 also pull out a gun and start shooting? Shooting TIE fighters, I think. Right?
Cleveland.
Family Guy, yeah. He says, you're in my neighborhood now, or something.
Yeah, he does that. Yes. And of course, there was also, because Obi-Wan is Herbert, the creepy neighbor that likes little boys and stuff.
After you get crow's feet, you'll I may start losing interest.
Oh my God! But the best part was when he encounters Stewie as Darth Vader, and of course Stewie as Darth Vader is like, Obi-Wan, we meet again at last. What part of staying 20 feet away don't you understand? What part of staying 20 feet away don't you understand?
When you bring that up, what was the reminds me when you're talking about Family Guy? I remember at the when they're showing, he's taking a tour of the Death Star, like, and here's the area to the main reactor. Oh, really? And it's just open like this? Like, you're not even gonna at least install some handrails or something? Someone could fall off and get really hurt.
then we'd be leaning all day. Then they say we'd be leaning all day.
That's right.
That's true. I mean, it's unsafe. It would break every safety rule that we have now. All the OSHA safety rules.
Yeah, I guess OSHA doesn't exist in the Empire.
Nope, it doesn't. Well, so let's keep going. So where did I leave off? I have my notebook here. So Obi-Wan dispatches Buttface, and so Obi-Wan basically we find out that Obi-Wan's been talking to Chewbacca. We find out his name's Chewbacca from Obi-Wan, and that he found a ship that would be suitable to get them off world and stuff. And of course, I believe let's see. And then I think this scene might have happened earlier, but we find out Leia is being being tortured by Vader and stuff. So she's being subjected to a mind probe. So that little floating that little floating ball that has the syringe at the end of it.
Don't they say something like what is it? She's not talking. Leave that to me.
Yeah, something like that. And then we find out she pretty much was successful in resisting the mind probe all along and stuff. So, so let's see. So we meet Han Solo, played by, of course, the great Harrison Ford, and he basically starts bragging about himself, saying, "Hey, I'm the captain of the Millennium Falcon." Obi-Wan's like, "Okay." He's like, "What? You never heard of the Millennium Falcon? Should I have?" It's what made the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs. Of course, I'm guessing whoever saw the movie, every kid knew that line and stuff. Every kid knew what that meant and stuff. And of course, Disney had to answer that in the Solo movie. So, so of course, we find out that Millennium Falcon's supposed to be a fast ship, and that they can outrun the Imperial cruisers and stuff. And basically, Obi-Wan says, we just need you to take passengers, me, the boy, 2 droids, and no questions asked. And of course, that's when Han Solo's like, oh, so you guys are hot, huh? So, well, it's going to cost you something extra, 10,000 credits, all in advance. And of course, Obi-Wan says, oh, well, we can give you 2,000 now, and then we'll give you 15 when we get to Alderaan. So, I'm guessing Obi-Wan was counting on, Bail Organa to basically pay the 15,000, whereas they get the 2,000 from selling the land speeder. I'm guessing,
right?
Because that's what they do right after that.
I just I know you need to continue Nerdporeal, but I just wanted to add this because Cobra Jedi said Han shot first. A few years ago, if you guys don't know this, on Reddit, they asked Harrison Ford what he thought about who shot first. His response was, "I don't give a shit." I thought that was really funny. But anyways, continue, man.
Okay, so basically, we get to so basically they book their passage, and they tell them what dock to go to. Was it docking bay 94, I believe?
94.
94. Okay. And of course, Han's happy. They're going to be able. He'll finally be able to pay off the debts he owes. And who do we see run away? We see a green alien pointing a gun at him, saying "Una nisi solo" or whatever, however you pronounce Huttese.
Guta solo.
There you go. Yes, Greedo. I was on my way to see your boss. Tell Jabba that I have his money. Eat me, titile. I can't say the rest of it.
Jabba Wanichiko.
And we, of course, they engage and stuff. Greedo basically says, if you don't pay, Jabba can take your ship. And of course, Han, being Han, says, over my dead body. And of course, Greedo's like, yes, that's what we want. I've been looking forward to this a long time. And of course, Hans goes, oh, yes, I bet you have. And then shoots him from under the table. And he just shoots him. We just see a explosion. And then Greedo just basically, his head goes on the table. And that's it. That's the original version. And of course, they added that stupid, Han somehow dodges it.
You know what inspired that scene?
A Western.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure which one. No.
The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Eli Wallach is in the bathtub taking a bath, and he's.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, okay, I know what you're talking.
Yeah, and they're talking, and then all of a sudden, bam, bam, bam. He goes, "If you're going to talk. If you're going to shoot, talk. If you're going to shoot, shoot." And that's exactly where that came from. It's basically everyone understands. It's like let them talk, but I'm going to shoot you. I know what's going to happen.
Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. And I love The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. It's my favorite Western. It's my favorite. It's probably my favorite Western of all time. But then again, I haven't seen a whole lot of Westerns, so. But yeah, Guy Vermectin says, awesome, Baron, you are a Star Wars scholar. So now you have something to brag about.
Like anything more.
The Good, the Bad, and the Wookiee. There's another scene like that in a John Wayne film called Big Jake. I have not seen that. I have only seen like maybe one John Wayne film, and that was True Grit. That's the only one I've seen.
Oh, that's a great movie. And the remake was really good by the Coen brothers also. I highly recommend it.
Oh, okay. I'll have to check that out. So they basically go out. There's a scene where R2 and 3PO are hiding in a house or something. I don't know how they got there, but they're hiding in a house, and that was a scene that was redone in post to bump up the tension. So they add lock the door R2 and stuff, and of course they close the door, and then they reopen it and stuff, and of course R2 tells 3PO to F off because in droid language, and of course C3PO is basically like, you watch your language. At least that's why I always think R2 said to him in R2 language. So we see that, and then of course Luke sells the speeder, and he's like, that's fine. Luke's like, tells Obi-Wan, I'm not coming back ever. I'm never coming back to this planet again. And then I think it skips to an unnecessary scene that was cut out of the original film, and that's a scene where Han is at the Falcon and he encounters Jabba the Hutt. Now, the original scene that was filmed, Jabba was just a fat Scottish guy, I think, or I think he was Scottish.
Yep.
And it basically, reason why they cut it was it basically reiterates the Greedo scene. So they basically, there was no reason to have it, so they cut it out. We didn't really need to see Jabba to know that Jabba.
And they didn't have the technology to do what George wanted to do. It was going to be a superimposed alien. But there was just so much involved, and basically you had everything said already with the Greedo scene.
Now I know that I believe it really wasn't until Return of the Jedi where they really came up with the ultimate design for Jabba as the slug. So I remember, I don't know if you guys seen Star Wars Rebels, but that there's this one particular villain in the I think he was a villain that was basically another concept of Jabba that got rejected, that George rejected, that never made it into the film, and they used him. I forget his name. It's been a while since I watched Rebels, but he was basically another gross kind of alien and stuff that just eats a lot and stuff. So, but yeah, so it was a cool scene. I thought it was cool when I first saw it. I was at church one day when I was a young kid, and one of the people had a tape of the making of Star Wars, and that's how I first saw that scene. So even before I saw I owned the DVDs and saw that Jabba scene, I saw that scene before, and it was very interesting to see that. I didn't know that Jabba was originally a human and stuff. So just saying. So basically, Luke and Obi-Wan arrive at Docking Bay 94, and they see the Millennium Falcon. And of course, we hear that iconic line, "What a piece of junk!" And of course, Han gets offended. He's like, "To go, what is this? This can go 0.5 past light speed or something." I forget how he put it. He's like, "It may not look like much, but she has it where it counts, kid. If you wouldn't mind, let's get going." And of course, then there's this. I don't know who that character is, but there's this character following Obi-Wan and Luke. He's basically, who is that guy? Is that like his face, or is he wearing a mask?
No, that's his face. It's a Kubaz.
A Kubaz. Okay, so he has like a black, he has like an elephant trunk for a nose or something.
Kind of like an anteater.
And he kind of beeps when he's not, I wouldn't say beeps, but he has a beeping sound. Exactly. And of course, he basically leads the stormtroopers to them, and the stormtroopers come in. They start fighting. Han is the only one out there, so they're shooting at Han. Han's shooting back, and of course, there's enough damage done to the point where they have to, once again, they had to originally wasn't there. They added that in to raise the tension of the scene, to get them off world, to get the audience excited to get off world, feel that there was a sense of danger. And they get off world. They're in orbit, and of course, there's two other Star Destroyers there. So the Devastator's been gone. Of course, they went to the Death Star. It's tiny compared to the Death Star, and of course, that's we get the Death Star scene, which I talked about earlier. So there's two other Star Destroyers there. They're pursuing the Millennium Falcon, and of course, we learn about jumping into hyperspace for the first time we ever see hyperspace. They have to log in the coordinates in the Navicomputer. And if they don't, they could bump into a planet or a star or something if they don't have the navigation down to a T. So they go to Alderaan, and of course, they're going to Alderaan, and then of course, Death Star is going to Alderaan as well.
Now, two things. Back up a little bit. Now, ever notice in that scene where Han is shooting at the stormtroopers, it looks like there's a lot of laser fire going at the stormtroopers, more so than you
there was explosions on the walls and everything. Yeah.
Remember the underbelly gun that came down of the Falcon in Empire Strikes Back?
That was originally supposed to be for this, right?
That was originally supposed to be in that scene. They never filmed it that way, but they still had the explosions. So it was actually supposed to be that little Billy gun that came out and started taking shots at the stormtroopers as well. That never got filmed for that. And there was another thing I was going to bring up on that one. So the Billy gun, I'll think about it later.
Yeah,
okay. I'm getting old. But the hyperspace scene. Have you ever noticed in the prequels, you never see them going into hyperspace from the point of view, from the cockpit? Lucas did that intentionally because he wanted to have the scene in Star Wars itself be that pivotal scene because it's so impactful for Star Wars. So he never had that scene in the original prequel trilogy at all. Never from the point of view of the ship going to hyperspace.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it's like they pilot these things, they attach to these things, and then they go into hyperspace.
Right. But you never see the star. You never see the star streak though.
No, that's correct.
And he wanted to save that for the impact for the Star Wars itself.
I see. Okay, interesting. So as we go, they go into hyperspace and they are able to get away from the Empire, from those two Star Destroyers. So basically, what happens is the Death Star is already at Alderaan, I believe, and they bring Leia out, and of course, this is where we get that famous, Leia and Tarkin, meet, and of course, Leia's like, Governor Tarkin, I should have expected to find you holding Vader's leash. I should have sensed your foul stench. I smelled your foul stench when I was brought on board, and of course, if he was General Hux, he would have gotten triggered and stuff, and angry. But no, this is Tarkin, and Tarkin's awesome. Tarkin's just like, oh, charming to the last. You know how hard it was for me to sign the papers to terminate your life. And she's like, oh, I didn't think you'd have the courage to do it yourself. And of course, he's like, Princess Leia, be my guest as we make this battle station operational. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to test this weapon on your home planet of Alderaan. And of course, we find out Alderaan's peaceful. They have no weapons and stuff. And of course, Tarkin's like, well, okay, then, if you can name a target, a military target, then name the system. And of course, his famous, I grow tired of asking this, so it'll be the last time. Where is the rebel base? And I'll be honest, I thought she said Tatooine at first, but it's not Tatooine, it's Dantooine. Yep. So, which we get to see in the micro series, and we get to see in both KOTOR games. So it was cool seeing Dantooine. So. And of course, he's like, "Oh, you see Lord Vader? She can be reasonable. You may continue with the operation. You may fire when ready." And then she's like, oh. He's like, "You're far too trusting. Dantooine's too remote to make an effective demonstration. But don't worry, we will deal with your rebel friends soon enough." And of course, then, they operate the laser and blows up Alderaan. Crazy. So the stakes just got real. So this Death Star is no joke. This is no laughing matter. So, wow. What did you guys think of that when you first saw it? Destruction of an entire planet.
It was something else. Let's just put it that way. It's like, ooh.
So yeah, him saying "you may fire when ready" is probably the most chilling. Probably was probably one of the more chilling moments of the movie.
And it's how he says it. It's just not even a line. You may fire when ready.
Very elegant and very cold.
Right.
A scary combination. So.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so then we're back to the Millennium Falcon. They and of course Obi-Wan feels it right away. He's like, I felt a great disturbance in the Force, as if I don't know if it was a billion, a bunch of
as if a million voices cried out in terror.
And were suddenly silenced.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and at the same time, he's giving Luke training on basically basic lightsaber defense. They got that little ball out, and the ball's just floating around and just like randomly shooting him at places. And what does Obi-Wan do? Obi-Wan gives him the helmet. So Obi-Wan gives him the helmet, tells him not to trust his eyes, but to reach out with his feelings. And of course, Luke manages to be able to dodge 3 hits in sequence. Mm-hmm. So we learn that there's some potential with Luke. He could be a great Force user. Whatever that means, because the only thing we've seen so far is the mind trick, and Obi-Wan's really good at using a lightsaber. the use of the lightsaber. So, and of course, Vader's choking. So I forget. Like, and of course, Han Solo doesn't believe in the Force. We learned that Han Solo doesn't believe in the Force. He's a more cynical character. And he's like, I've been from one side of the galaxy to another, and there hasn't been any. I have not encountered any all-powerful force controlling everything. Of course, you see Alec Guinness laughing at that. So, or at least he doesn't laugh. He's smirking. He's smirking when Harrison Ford says that. So, and then of course they come up on Alderaan, and it's because of the destruction. It's practically an asteroid field now. And they're like, oh, we're here at the right coordinates, except it's not here. Alderaan's been completely blown away. And of course, Obi-Wan knows right away it's the Empire. And right after that, TIE Fighter just comes out of nowhere and just, attacks them. And then, of course, flies off into a direction. They try to go after the TIE Fighter and take it out before it can, report them. And, of course, we find out that TIE Fighter is heading for a small moon. And what does Obi-Wan say after that? I'll let you guys. I'll let Woopa answer this one.
That's no moon. That's all I remember. I forget the exact one.
It's a space station. And Harrison Ford's like, it's too big to be a space station. And they're like, turn the ship around. I agree. And then they try and they can't. The Death Star is already pulling them in. The tractor beam's pulling them in from so far away. So they get pulled in. And you see how big the Death Star is compared to the Millennium Falcon. That thing is so, like, you see how big it is compared to a Star Destroyer. See how big it is compared to the Falcon. Holy crap! It's like it is practically a small moon at this point. So they get on and they're basically smuggling themselves under the floor panels. And Vader comes out and sees and starts to feel a presence that he's not felt since, and then he kind of walks off. And he basically tells the crew to basically bring a scanning device aboard and make sure every part of the ship is checked. So of course we all know what happens next. The crew goes in and they get we don't see it, but we assume they get knocked out. From behind, from right in the back of the head. And then the stormtroopers that are standing guard, they're like, of course, you can hear Harrison Ford saying, hey there, can you give us a hand with this? And of course, then you hear the blaster bolts, muffled, but you could still hear them, boom, boom, boom. And of course, they come out with the stormtrooper outfits, which have been used too much in the animated Star Wars shows, in my opinion. But we hear this famous thing, TK421, why aren't you at your post? TK421, do you copy? And of course, I think it was Mark Hamill, or I think it was supposed to be Luke or something. He's basically hitting the helmet because I don't think he can hear anything. Yeah, and they're like, oh, let him in. They're having a bad comm or something like that. And of course, they come in. Chewie attacks the first guy, and then Han shoots the second guy. And of course, they take that little room, that little hangar room. Is that what it is? A hangar room or something?
Yeah, hangar control room. Yeah.
Okay, hangar control room. So they go there, and of course, the R2 taps into the computer, and Obi-Wan basically tells Obi-Wan where the tractor beam is located, where to turn it off. So of course, Obi-Wan, being the Jedi that he is, being the experienced, war veteran that he is, he basically says, I don't think you boys can help. I must go alone. And of course, he goes off. Luke wants to go with him, and he's like, be patient, Luke. You need to stay and watch over the droids. Your path is on a different, your life goes into a different path than mine. And then of course he says that final thing to him, the Force will be with you always. And you don't think much of it at first, but then you realize, it's kind of foreshadowing, what's ultimately going to happen. Spoiler: he dies. But so Obi-Wan runs off, and so it's just like Luke and Han and the droids and Chewie, and R2 basically tells him, "Hey, the princess is on board," and Luke reacts like, "Oh, she's here too," and of course Han and Chewie have no idea what they're talking about. And they're like, okay, well, Han, if you join us, she's a princess. She'll give you a reward. She's rich.
Well,
and of course,
he doesn't say that at first.
Yeah, because he wouldn't have done it. He's like, I'm not going anywhere. We find out that she's in the detention area, and he's like, I'm not going to the detention area. No way you're dragging me there. And of course, then he brings up the money. He's like, okay. He's like, what's your plan? And of course, he puts the shackles on Chewie, make it look like Chewie is, a prisoner and stuff. And they make their way to the elevator, and while they're
I like that part too, because Luke goes to do it, and Chewie's giving him trouble, and he's looks a little nervous and just hands him to Han. It's like, here, you do it.
Han, no, you put him on. Don't worry, Chewie. I think I know what he has in mind. And of course, they leave. They leave. They leave C-3PO and R2 in the control room and stuff. And basically, they're on their way. They're basically on their way, and of course, there's like, I forget what are those droids called? Those little droids
Mouse
that kind of
droids.
like the mouse droids and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, Chewbacca barks at one of them, and the little mouse droid just scurries away like a mouse.
Mhm.
So it was a nice little little humorous little segment. Of course, we get to see more of the Death Star. They approach the elevator. They take the elevator. Han doesn't think it's going to work, and they get there, and they get to the detention area, and we meet the commander of that section, and he's like, where are you taking this thing? Oh, it's a prisoner going to cell block something, something, something. I wasn't notified. I'll have to clear it. And of course, they're like, oh, look out, he's loose. And then of course it gets all chaotic, and they're shooting everywhere. And luckily they didn't get hit once, which is kind of, I think about it now, I was like, they're lucky they didn't get hit at all, because there was nothing they didn't take cover or anything. They were just shooting all over the place. They were shooting all the surveillance equipment above and stuff. You see that? Everything's being blown up, and they shoot everyone. Luckily, everyone's dead except for the three of them. They didn't get hit once.
Yeah, this is kind of, what I know you're saying, the stormtroopers are a real threat. I feel like around here is when they start kind of stop being a threat a little bit, because there's a lot of stuff where.
Well, those weren't
wow.
stormtroopers. Those weren't stormtroopers at first. Those were the Death Star troopers.
Oh,
Yeah,
They're the ones with the big
so you got to see their faces. They were wearing very similar samurai type of helmets, very similar Vader-like helmets and stuff. So yeah, I think they're higher ranked, aren't they? Are they? They're
a different branch. Those are like naval troopers.
Oh, okay. I see.
Stormtroopers are own. So that was like they call them Death Star troopers. So they're a different form of trooper than the stormtroopers.
Okay, and the stormtroopers are strictly infantry and stuff. So, okay,
Right. They're think about like a special forces unit.
okay, I see that. Okay, so basically, all that commotion happens. The other parts of the Death Star are contacting them, and of course Han tries to hold them off or something. He's like, we're fine, thank you. How are you? What happened? Oh, there's been a slight weapons malfunction, but we're fine. We're sending a squad up. Negative. We have a reactor leak here. Very dangerous. Reactor leak, very dangerous. Who is this? What's your operating number? Boom. Boring conversation anyways. Luke, we're going to have company. Dun, 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 dun. Of course. And of course, Luke is making his way to the cell block that Leia's in. Opens it up, and she's a nice little sexy, she's sleeping. She wakes up, nice little pose. She's like, "Aren't you a bit short for a stormtrooper?" Huh? Oh, the uniform. And of course, I like the Family Guy version of it, where she's like, "Aren't you a little fat for a stormtrooper?" Well, then run here, you lazy, run here, you stupid bitch.
I know.
I was like, dang! I was like, that's hilarious.
Yeah, it is.
So, and of course, she's like, "Oh, I'm here to rescue." She's like, "What? I'm here to rescue you. I brought your Artunia. I'm here with Ben Kenobi." Then she was like, "Okay." Then she gets up. Oh no! Cell block FN 2187. Oh no! So we get up, and then of course the next scene is we hear he is here. That's Darth Vader is talking to Tarkin, and he's basically, Tarkin's like, Obi-Wan Kenobi, what makes you think so? A tremor in the Force. The last time I felt it was in the presence of my old master. Oh, surely must be dead by now. Don't underestimate the Force.
Wait,
and of course,
was that
what's
one?
up?
Because I remember something to the point where it was like, I feel something in the Force, something I haven't felt, the last time I felt it was.
Yeah,
That
that was right by that was in the docking bay by the Falcon. So
I have not felt since.
And of course, he tells Tarkin this, and Tarkin's like, oh, you don't worry, my friend. You are all that's left of the Jedi religion and stuff. So the first time you hear religion, and of course, years down the line, of course, Abrams and the rest of the Disney take that seriously because apparently Jedi is now a religion, as Rogue One basically showed. So, and of course, then Tarkin gets alert that something happened in the detention area, and then right away Vader's like, Obi-Wan is here. The Force is with him. And here's where it gets interesting. Tarkin's like, if you're right, he's not allowed to escape then. And then right away Vader's like, escape is not his plan. I must face him alone. And that's how the scene ends. So it seemed like Vader kind of already, so Obi-Wan never intended to escape. That's basically what I think they're kind of referring to, and I think Vader kind of sensed that intention. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think I'd agree. There's some sort of premeditation to what Obi-Wan was planning on doing. I think he knew that this story wasn't going to end with him being the one to
because of course Obi-Wan's plan was to become even more powerful, basically die, but still become this more powerful in the Force than anybody can imagine. So
anybody can possibly imagine. I just had to say that.
You did.
And I wonder, I don't necessarily have the highest hopes, that's putting it lightly, for any of this new Disney stuff. But it would be interesting to see some Obi-Wan, because it seems like there was clearly a plan with Luke, especially. He had his father's lightsaber. He was preparing for this moment. Eventually, he clearly was trying to get it earlier. So not sure Disney will do it justice because they haven't really so far. But I do think it's interesting. We might get more reasoning behind his logic in that series that's upcoming.
I see. Interesting. Okay, so we go back to Leia, Luke, and Han and stuff, and basically the stormtroopers have been sent to the detention area, and we find out that there's really no other way out. So there's a firefight ensues. They take out the first guy that comes out of the first stormtrooper that comes out of the elevator, and they have to fall back. So we find out that Leia basically kind of takes charge and basically shoots the wall, and it leads to a path down into the trash compactor. So they all slide down the trash compactor, but not before Leia and Han already start bickering over who's in charge and stuff. So we get to see them go into the trash compactor, and it's a bit of a misadventure down there. The first thing they encounter is an eel. They encounter an eel monster. The eel monster pulls Luke down with him, and they try to fight it, and then of course the eel monster just vanishes out of the blue. And of course, I don't know if you know this, but in Blue Harvest, the role of the eel monster goes to Meg Griffin. So yep. Meg Griffin got to play all the ugly, evil monsters that appear like in a few parts of the movie.
Poor guy.
In Empire, I think she was the giant asteroid, the asteroid space slug. And she's like, "What?" I literally, it was funny because as they escape in the space slug, she's literally like, "Why do I get all the crappy roles?" And the Falcon comes back, and then he's like, "Here, shut up, Meg." Who was she in Return of the Jedi? Was she the Sarlacc or was she the Rancor? It was one of those two.
I'm not sure.
I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay, I remember the Emperor was Lois's dad. Okay, Boba Fett says she was the Sarlacc. Of course she was.
Of course.
And we got a disease here. What's up, disease? So,
well, you got to remember the first thing that actually happened was Han started firing the blaster, and it was going ricocheting all over the place.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's because the room was magnetically
sealed.
Put that thing away. You're gonna get us all killed. Of course, Your Worship. I had everything controlled until you let us down here. Of course, he spins it back to her. So, so basically,
before they jump down there, right? She shoots the vent, dives down. Han, I think that's when Han looks at Luke and is like, "Charming," or something like that, if I remember correctly.
I'm the beginning like her. I'm going to kill her.
Oh yeah,
that's right. I love that.
Wonderful girl. Yeah, wonderful girl. Yep. Okay, yeah. And that's funny because Carrie Fisher was 19 when they were filming this, and Harrison Ford, I think, was 34 years old. So there was a nice little 15 years old.
Wasn't he 28 or something?
No, Harrison Ford was like
about 30, 31, something like that.
He was 34. He was 34 in 1976. So that's yeah. He was so he was already by the time like Return of the Jedi came out, he was already in his 40s. So yeah, I mean he was in stuff in the 60s. So I mean Harrison Ford's been around for a long time.
Oh, I know he has.
And right before this, he actually played a villain. He was played if you ever seen the movie with Gene Hackman called The Conversation, where he plays like a guy that bugs places and stuff for a living. Well, Harrison Ford's kind of the villain of that one. Like he's like some corporate guy that hires him and stuff. And
but we're going to go off on a tangent again, Nerdporeal, because we can talk about The Fugitive. We can with Harrison Ford besides the Indiana Jones movies. And
remember, The Fugitive stars Jakar, his actor. Yeah, Jakar from Babylon 5 is basically the one-armed man. And of course, he also plays, Romulan Commander Tomalak in Next Generation. So yeah, fun little fact for everybody. Basically the walls start to close in and everybody's freaking out. So they try to brace it with something and it just doesn't work. So Luke tries to contact 3PO with the comm link. The problem is C-3PO turned off the comm link, and while they're dealing with that, C-3PO and R2-D2, the stormtroopers take the room that they're in, and of course it's hard to see it, but one of the stormtroopers, one of the actors, bumps his head against the bulkhead. I think they had to take him to the hospital or something with the helmet on. It was, you don't see it, but it happens. You do see it. You do see the bonk. So. Of course, the C-3PO and R2-D2 are hidden in the closet and stuff, and they're like, they're heading for the prison level. If you hurry, you'll catch them. Of course, then they leave R2 and 3PO alone, and R2 comes up with some half-baked excuse saying, I'm going to take all this excitement is overrun the circuits of my counterpart here. I'm going to go take him to maintenance, and the stormtrooper's like, okay, whatever. You're a droid. You're not going to do anything, right? Mm-hmm. So they go to the port right by the Falcon and stuff, and of course they find out that Luke and them weren't caught or anything, but C-3PO forgot to turn on the comm link, so they turn on the comm link, and of course then Luke basically says shut off all the garbage compactors in the detention level. And their R2-D2 does it, and they're saved. And they're screaming in joy that they're saved to the point where C-3PO thinks that they're dying. Yep. No, they're dying. Curse my metal thing. I wasn't fast enough. I failed. They're like, we're all right. You did it. Yay! Boom. Stuff. So we had that, and just want to say hello to my friend in real life. Martin Walsh. He's been on a few of my videos. Good guy. He has very different opinions from me on entertainment, but he's still a good guy. So definitely plan to have him on. I definitely plan to have him on in the future. So he's been watching Boba Fett. So and he said he's been liking it. So, but going back to Star Wars. So basically, they get rescued. So we get to this really tense scene. And when I first saw this, I was tensed up. This was when Obi-Wan basically sneaks into one of the shafts, and he basically manages to somehow hold on to the tractor beam pillar so that he doesn't fall and stuff. I'm looking, and you see how high he is compared to that shot of that overhead shot of him, which kind of makes me think of Forbidden Planet a little bit. But that shot just used to freak me out. I was like, holy crap, this is huge. Like, if he's not careful, he could fall and stuff. So, and he shuts off the power, and the stormtroopers come by. He stays hidden. I think he turns it back on briefly, then he turns it off again, and then he manages to he just like I don't know he uses the Force to create a little sound that distracts them and distracts the stormtroopers, and he goes out the other way. So
you know what's great about that scene though? You hear the two stormtroopers just standing there talking to each other, just like, yeah, you hear about that new whatever, just like two troopers would be, just on guard duty. Here we are. Hey, how's it going, Hank?
Yeah, it's small talk. Typical a day in the life of a stormtrooper.
Yeah, it's just wonderful. That's about the only time you got that.
What was that? Oh, that's nothing. Maybe it's another drill. Who knows? So basically Obi-Wan's basically done with that, and of course, they get out of the trash compactor, and Leia once again takes charge, and Han gets pissed off, and she's like, I don't take orders from you, I take orders from just one person, me. Oh, no wonder you're still alive. Will someone get this big, and of course she looks at Chewbacca, and she's like, will somebody get this big walking carpet out of my way? No reward is worth this. And then of course, they get to, I think they get to the we see Obi-Wan going like kind of trying to sneak around the corridor, and Vader senses him and stuff. So we're setting up a potential encounter. So they get so let's see, we get back to Luke and them. They're pretty close to the Falcon. They're just like right above it, like a couple floors above it. They can see it. Leia of course says, you came in that thing? Oh, you're braver than I thought. Nice. And of course, they're walking in the corridor, and of course they encounter stormtroopers. Han shoots them and then starts chasing them, and he starts screaming like a madman. He's like, ah! And then he screams even louder. And there's like a crap ton of stormtroopers in a single room, at least in the theatrical version. In the I think the newer version, it was the TIE Fighter Bay, or it was like a TIE Fighter Bay or something. So of course, so Han and Chewie are separated from Luke and Leia. Han and Chewie are running away, and Luke and Leia are running in the other direction. Both are being chased by stormtroopers. Of course, the famous scene, the scene that I remember the most when I saw the movie for the first time, was when they're trapped. The bridge is up and they can't. He shoots the control so they can't lower the bridge, and so they're in a full firefight with a couple of stormtroopers on the above level across the shaft. Not only does Luke shoot them, but Leia does not play the typical damsel in distress, which I was really impressed when I was a kid, because I grew up playing Nintendo. I played a lot of Mario, so I always thought the woman or the girl was as a 7-year-old, I thought the girl was always the one in trouble that the guy had to rescue. But in this case, he needed to get his little harness going. So while he was prepping that, she was holding them off with her gun. She was able to shoot one of them. So they managed to swing to the other side. Great little nice little soundtrack from John Williams, and they flee. And of course, then we see Han and Chewie being chased, and of course they run and jump across a blast door, and of course the troops are all saying, "Open the blast door! Open the blast door!" And then Here's my second favorite scene in the whole movie. Obi-Wan encounters Darth Vader with an already lit red lightsaber. Get a little bit of a boom, 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 and then we just hear. Then the music for that scene is basically the lightsabers. So we get to hear the lightsabers clash for the very first time. Now I know a lot of people say that this particular fight was not good at all. When I first saw this again when I was 11 and stuff, because already saw Empire and Return of the Jedi, so I know what happens to Obi-Wan. So I was nervous. I was still felt the tension. I'm like, oh no, he's gonna die. How is he gonna die and stuff? So I felt that tension right away, even though I knew exactly what was going to happen. So we get to hear. What does Vader first say? He's like, Obi-Wan, we meet again at last. The circle is now complete. When I left you, I was but the learner. Now I am the master. And then we hear, only a master of evil, Darth. And then they fight. There was apparently Obi-Wan had a lot more dialogue to say. He's like, oh, if I move this saber a certain way, your life will be ended. It was something cheesy like that. And so they cut that out and stuff. And it worked.
There's a lot of lines.
Yes.
A lot of lines that got cut.
And it's
also the only time he was referred to as Darth.
Yeah, like he says, you can't win, Darth. If you strike me down, I shall become more powerful than you can possibly imagine. And of course, it's like maybe originally Darth was simply the first name. Vader was the last name. Before Darth became, the Sith, became the title of the Sith and stuff. So, or a title of a particular Sith line, who knows? And of course, there's an interesting line that Vader says that I kind of find very interesting. He literally says, Obi-Wan, you should not have come back. So it's kind of like, it kind of makes you think Vader kind of doesn't want to kill him, but he has to. And of course, this was before the prequels. This was before we find out ultimately how Darth Vader became Darth Vader. But for when he said that, it makes you think maybe a very tiny part of him doesn't want to kill Obi-Wan. But we know ultimately he does. So it cuts out. It basically cuts back out to Han and Luke. They get reunited, and they're reunited with C-3PO. And the thing is, they're at the Falcon, but the problem is the Falcon is being blocked by stormtroopers. But the Obi-Wan Vader fight ends up moving to moves to the door, to the blast door. So the fact that the stormtroopers can now see them, they're like, ooh, what's going on here? And then they all go running off watching the lightsaber fight. I mean, wouldn't you? I know I would. It's freaking awesome. You don't get to see that every day.
Well, and it makes sense to a point, too. Because if you're told, like, hey, man these stations because there's someone aboard, you'd probably see the Jedi with the lightsaber and think, oh, that's the guy we're supposed to be looking for.
So once again we see once again Obi-Wan and Vader are basically, Obi-Wan is being driven back. Obi-Wan's trying to parry Vader as best as he can. They get into a bit of a lock, a bit of a stalemate, and of course then that's because the stormtroopers move. That's when Luke and the rest of them go into the try to get into the Falcon. So Luke sees Obi-Wan, Obi-Wan sees Luke, and Obi-Wan pretty much stops fighting, raises his lightsaber up, and then Vader does the coup de grace and hits his robe. Now, it's weird, but there's a lot of argument about what happened. Some people say he just vanished. Obi-Wan just kind of vanished at that point. He was never really struck with the lightsaber. Some people say I always thought he got vaporized for the longest time with the lightsaber. So, because they couldn't really create the effects to, slice him in half, like they do they were able to do it with the hand in Empire, but they weren't really able to slice in half like in like the prequels and stuff. So, what do you guys think of that? Do you guys think that Obi-Wan just simply became one with the Force and never got hit by the lightsaber, by Vader's lightsaber?
I think he got killed. You think he got killed? What about you, Cash?
Yeah, I agree. He got killed. So.
And Judge?
Yeah, I always thought of it as he got killed. I thought there was something more to it after I learned more about it, like the lore, because yeah, like you see everyone, they get hit with a lightsaber. They don't, no one's ever vaporized from being hit by a lightsaber. So something more happened there. But like when you hear it, it says, "If you strike me down, I'll become more powerful than you ever imagine."
Yeah.
I would imagine something would have to happen. Even if he prepares it, does something special, like something would have to happen to meet that chain. I think it's not just a coincidence that happened when the lightsaber was swinging towards him.
Did you guys know that Catherine Kennedy got fired? What?
No.
I doubt that. That's been.
No, what is this?
He's-
Doom
Who's his?
Just kidding.
He's pulling,
I doubt that.
Has he
pulling
heard
leg
from
there.
has he heard from the Az's sources?
Yeah, I always thought he got vaporized. I know there's a lot of opinions about that, but he became one with the Force. Obviously, this was before he's obviously his being survived because what's the first thing Luke says is no, and of course then he starts shooting. He starts taking out the stormtroopers. They're shooting at him. He has no cover, so they can hit him at any point. Was the first thing, and of course then the doors open. And Vader is basically, he's walking towards the door, and of course, Luke shoots the door. But instead of, taking them all on, which Disney Star Wars I think would have done, you hear Obi-Wan's voice saying, "Run, run, run, Luke, run! Do not engage." Especially Vader and stuff, because he obviously wasn't ready. So he runs on the Falcon and gets away. They get away. And of course, in the Blue Harvest version, Peter and Brian are trying to take a sofa from the trash compactor, and they're trying to fit it in the ship, and they can't. So they're going into space, and they're hanging out with the sofa hanging from the ramp and stuff. Remember that?
That's of course, it's great. It's too funny.
Oh,
so
I was gonna say something. I forgot to say this when we were on it. And because you were saying some people thought the lightsaber battle was kind of lacking. And I think the thing is, if you look at the prequels, like the prequels really had awesome epic fights, even if they didn't necessarily have the same weight for most of them. They were really cool. But I do still think that this lightsaber battle is pretty cool. And one thing, watching this again, not with the theatrical cut, but also I had watched the that Shadiversity video talking about second time I brought up Shadiversity, but he's very good. Talking about like how would they really fight with lightsabers, talking about the sword, the blade itself is weightless, all that matters is you get like a little cut. And I was noticing that like it's very interesting how it works when I don't know. I assume this is not what George Lucas had in mind. It's just kind of how the tech was at the time and how they're just trying to figure it out. But there was multiple times like you see kind of Obi-Wan I'm making the motion like you can see me. But he just kind of keeps like he's flicking the lightsaber, whether it's just to knock. It didn't look like it was to knock Vader's away because he wasn't moving. It looked like he's trying to get a little slice in. I thought that was interesting because it did seem to like when I was watching it, I was like, yeah, it does seem to be employing some of the things that Shad was talking about. Like, oh, this is what you'd imagine, because he was, it was much more muted. But after hearing the Shad video, it's like, yeah, that's kind of how they would be. He's just trying to get a hit in anywhere, trying to probe. He's trying to test the defenses, trying to see if he can get a hit in or anything. It was like, oh yeah, that's kind of neat. When I was watching it I was thinking of that. I'm like, that's pretty cool. I have a lot of respect for that fight.
Well,
sorry.
What did you guys think of what was it? The redone scene? What was it called? Scene 35 or something? Or was it scene 37 where they redid the fight with Vader and stuff? Dude, that was freaking awesome.
Impressive.
Like. And everyone was saying this is like this. Like everyone's like, Disney, pay attention, And I was like, holy crap! Like this is brutal. Like this is like Empire Strikes Back. Vader just like completely going postal on Obi-Wan, and he's just like he's kicking Obi-Wan's butt the whole time. He's Force pushes him. He actually punches him. We see Vader he punches him in the face.
Well, yeah.
So
that's why when it comes to these fan projects and so on, these fans care a lot about the source material, and they're the ones who should probably be hired, especially if they're putting all that energy and time into something that they love from these IPs.
Well, they will be eventually here. They will be glommed up one of these days here. Honestly, I think they will, because you're going to need to have that fresh infusion from the outside. Going back to the fighting style, though, and of course, I can't remember who had in the chat there about the Kindle style, but this was like the first lightsaber battle that was done. They didn't exactly know what the force powers fully are, the leaping, the jumping. Well, Lucas originally was thinking that the blades were heavy. That's why they were always double-handed, because the blades, even though they're laser swords, lightsabers, there was supposed to be a certain amount of heaviness to it, going back and forth with that type of battle. Of course, that changed, as it was evolving in there. But it was a very classic, your medieval style combat they had, Imperial Japan type sword fighting, which they're basing that off of before they went full-fledged. Let's have force craziness.
Wow. That's very interesting. So let's keep going. It's already been 3 hours. So
it's been 3 hours,
and we're almost done. We're almost there. We're getting there. So
good, man. We're having fun. That's
yeah. Hey, as long as you guys are having fun, as long as the chat's having fun, I appreciate you guys. So, but yeah,
doing more voices for Star Wars, not just Baron, but I'll start coming up with some. I'll do my R2D2. No, I'm just kidding. All right,
I forget. Okay, I had a thought, and I just thought of it now. Maybe you can answer this, Baron. Now, the reason why they hold them with 2 hands, I was watching Empire Dreams. Was it because they didn't want to break them, and that's why they held them with 2 hands, the lightsabers, because they were breaking them left and right.
Yeah, they're breaking them left and right, but I think it was just the style of combat, because they had the classical trained. What was his name? Dave Anderson. John, I can't remember what the name of the Swordmaster was. That was for all 3 films. So they were going for a more traditional style of fighting with swords in that one. I think that's the reason why they had that on there. Plus, there was little things where they did have like the power cords to try to make the light, the saber, look alive on there. So sometimes you can actually see that little cable coming up there.
I see.
On that, so I think that was also one of the another things, was try to hide some of the technical effects as it went on there as well.
I see.
I think it was a combination between hiding the effects and doing more traditional style sword fighting.
Okay, interesting. All right, let's move on. All right, apparently input latency is saying good night, so I'll let Whoopa give his good night to input.
Oh, good night, input.
All right.
Good night, friendput. Have a
Night.
good time.
Night, man. Night, guys.
All right, so they escape, and apparently Luke is still upset. Luke is upset. Obviously, this all just happened really quickly. I mean, Luke's like, I can't believe he's gone. And of course, Leia comforts him and says, there's nothing you could have done. Which is, well, unless he was Rey. Okay. I gotta stop it while I'm ahead. So, but going back, so they Han's like, oh, we're not out of this yet. So apparently, four TIE fighters are pursuing them. So we get a nice little battle. So Luke and Han go to 2 different turrets. I think Han takes the upper one, Luke takes the lower one, and they engage the TIE fighters. And we get to hear dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. And we get to hear that, and of course, I think Han takes one out, and then Luke takes one out. Luke's like, I got him, and Han's like, great kid, don't get cocky. Or in Star Wars version, he says, great kid, don't get penisy. I already said this earlier.
In the Family Guy one, yes.
Family Guy one, yeah. So they
I
managed.
love that.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I love that the little targeting system they have, even if I don't really understand what it is. Like, that's just kind of cool when you see it. It's like with the sound effects and the visuals. It's a and I know
It kind of makes you think of like it's just very 70s. I mean, it kind of makes you think of the old video games, like you had what was back then, big back then, Atari Pong and stuff. Mm-hmm. So it had that same type of look to it.
Yeah, and it just looked cool. Like even watching it now, still I'm like, oh, this looks awesome.
Yeah, I like the lo-fi, or at least that's what they call it, the lo-fi tech of the late 70s. Like you see it obviously you see it in Star Wars, but you also see it in Alien, especially, and of course they recreate Alien almost to a T in the game Alien Isolation. So, but we're not talking about Alien, we're talking about Star Wars. So let's go back to Star Wars. So they take out the stormtroopers, and of course there's some damage has been done to the Millennium Falcon. They were hit several times. And 3PO goes, "Oh, I'm melting. He's like completely surrounded by wire and stuff. He's like, "This is all your fault." And I said earlier that was actually originally supposed to be in the Tantive 4 when the stormtroopers, were attacking and walls were exploding, and that was supposed to be a comedic moment for 3PO. But I agree that with the editors that they, you didn't want to have a comedic moment at that point. So this was a better time to have a comedic moment after the fact that they defeated all the enemies. So now you get to relax, calm down, and there's your comedic moment right there.
Yep.
And of course, then the next scene, we're back on the Death Star, another scene between Tarkin and Vader. And Tarkin's like, "Are they away?" And yep, they just jumped to hyperspace, and we find out that they left a tracking device on the ship. And so, Tarkin's like, "I'm taking an awful risk, Vader. This had better work." So, and of course, I think Vader also in the scene says this will be a day long remembered. It's already seen the end of Kenobi. It will soon see the end of the rebellion. So we're back on the Falcon, and of course we find out Han finds out from Leia what the Death Star is and what their mission is supposed to be, and we find out he's only in this for the money. Leia's disappointed. She's like, "Oh, you need not worry about anything but your reward. If money's all that you love, then that's what you'll receive." And of course she walks out on him. And then Luke comes in. He's like, "How you liking her?" He's like, "How are you liking her?" I love this part of the movie. Luke comes in. He's like, "How are you liking her?" He's like, "I'm trying not to, kid." And he's like, "Good." And he's smiling. And then Han knows exactly why he's doing it. He's like, "But she does have spirit. What do you think? Do you think a princess and a guy like me? No." And of course he knows. And of course Luke looks a little upset hearing that. And of course Han knows exactly what he's doing. And I think then it cuts to they arrive at Yavin 4. So Yavin 4 is basically a moon that orbits a gas giant, big red gas giant. So
that's no. Oh wait, that is a moon. Never mind.
It is. Yeah. It is. Well, yeah. They call it Yavin 4. It's like, what is it, Star Trek? You have the star system and the number planet from the sun and stuff. But who knows how it works in Star Wars? But they call it Yavin 4. Not in the movie, but they call it in all the other source material that I've read. That references that planet. So, including Rogue One.
Well, I think they did reference it as the fourth moon.
Oh, do they? Okay, all right.
I think
it's probably something that just kind of swept past me. Mm-hmm. So they arrived there. It looks like it takes place. It looks very South American, and it looks kind of like. It looks like what would you say? It looks like an Inca temple or something, even though it's supposed to be like a Sith temple, I believe. But yeah, Juice Cannon 84 says Jedi Outcast. Yep, I remember Jedi. I actually played Jedi Outcast. That's a tough one.
It's a
but you learn about all the Force stuff when you go to Yavin 4 as Kyle Katarn. So we arrive. Of course, they hand R2D2 to the rebels. What's funny is I think there was a bit of an error. They had R2's little. I don't know what do you call that little thing that sticks out of R2's face? It's like the thing that shines the light and stuff. But it was on the. So you have the holocap. It's on the wrong side of the red circle because he has the little big eye on top, and he's got the little red circle. And usually that cap is on the right side, but in the scene where they're taking R2 away, it's on the left side. and then it transitions and it's back on the right side. So they obviously used a different model. They obviously used a different model of R2 for the different scenes and stuff. So,
Are they superimposed?
or yeah, that too. And of course, they have the little, seminar with we meet General Dodonna. And of course they managed, I don't know how they did it. Cause I mean, I work in engineering. I work with, machines and stuff. And there's a lot of drawings. There's a lot of prints. Can you imagine how many prints it would take to get the full details of the Death Star? Like that thing is huge. How many, like they went through that. They went through those plans really quickly and found that weakness right away. So what do we find out? We find out that basically they can destroy the Death Star. What they need to do is they need to shoot a proton torpedo into a thermal exhaust port that is connected to the main reactor of the Death Star. If they can hit that, then they can blow up the whole station. That is the weakness that the Empire was trying to avoid. That's why that was the big secret and stuff. So. And they're like, oh no, it's impossible. The exhaust port's only 2 meters wide. So apparently, even in the Star Wars galaxy, they use the metric system. Interesting. Now I know where we get our metric system. Now I know where the metric system comes from. A long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. So, and of course, the pilots are like, no, that's impossible. Even for a good pilot. And of course, Luke's like, no, I could, I was able to bullseye Womp Rats back at home. They're less than 2 meters and stuff. So there you go. So we go back into the hangar. We go back into the hangar, and of course, Luke is pissed off at Han. Han has basically got his reward already, and he plans to take off. And of course, Han, basically says, "Hey, you're good in a fight. We could use you. Come join us." And Luke's like, "No, don't you know what they're up against? You're turning your back on them. You're a great pilot. You can help them." And of course, Han's like, Han, he's like, what good is a reward if you're not around to use it? Well, take care of yourself, Han, because that's what you're best at, isn't it? And of course, Han does, Han feels bad. So he says, Luke, may the force be with you. And Luke's just like walks away and stuff. And of course, the next thing he talks to Leia. He's upset about Han. He's also upset that Obi-Wan's no longer there and stuff. So there you go. So I think after that, I think he basically gets in the original version, he just gets on the X-wing and they leave. But because this is the special editions, they re-added the scene with Biggs, where he basically reunites with Biggs. Now he mentions Biggs earlier in the movie, and obviously in deleted scenes, there's a big scene where he's talking to Biggs, and Biggs is saying, "Hey, I'm coming back, but I'm not going back to the Empire. We don't believe in what they're doing. We're going to go off and we're going to find the rebellion." And I think that's the last Luke sees of him until now. He reunites with him. They talk for a little bit. Red Leader comes up to him. He's like, "Are you sure you can pilot this thing?" And he's like, and of course Biggs, vouches for him, saying he's one of the best Bush pilots in the Outer Rim. So once again, setting him up, as a good pilot. And
there was even more to that scene that they didn't even add with the Red Leader. Red Leader makes statement to Luke that he saw his father once when he was a kid, when he was younger, and he had stories about his dad, and they're going to talk about that.
Interesting. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah. Because I remember in the deleted scene, like someone said, "Hey, your father was a great pilot and stuff."
Mm-hmm.
Reinforcing
that Leader, that's
okay. Interesting.
Yeah, and I know not to focus on Disney stuff too much, but this is more when people talk about like, oh, they did this with Rey and they did this with Luke and you didn't mind there. Here they're setting up Luke like, oh, he's a great pilot. He talks about, oh, I did this back on Tatooine. He's setting up. They're setting up these skills they've set up even in the last shot. I know it's different proton torpedo and shooting the guns for Millennium Falcon. They set up that he's is capable. He's very capable of fighting in space combat before this. So they're setting this up for you, so it's believable when it actually happens.
I
Well,
agree.
yeah, it's all in words. It's like this is like my T16. It's like my T16. It's the same thing. It's of course as the lore went along with the same company that made both the X-wing and the Skyhopper. But yeah, you had those drops in there explaining that this is what Luke was doing. This is what Luke did. All the things that was growing up. He was a bush pilot, which a lot of pilots were in the wars that we had earlier before. World War I, World War II.
Yeah.
And so why not? That they set up, they explain to you this is how it is. It's just not all of a sudden magic wand, bestest ever.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I this is the one time I actually think that I think they should have kept the scene in. I don't know how you guys would feel about that, but I think they should have kept the scene in with Biggs, him reuniting with Biggs, because I think it would have had a bigger impact on the battle. Because I mean, in the original theatrical version, we just see Biggs in the cockpit. We don't see Luke. That whole thing where Luke and him are talking and stuff. That wasn't in the original theatrical version. So it was very intriguing for me when I got the DVDs for the first time and I saw that. I was like, oh, I didn't even know this. But we all know what ultimately happens to Biggs, and his death holds a bit more weight now with that scene put back in. So it's probably one of the few times I actually think that that's one of the few times I think that the editing was one of the few times I disagree with the editing of the original theatrical, is just that little thing. Other than that, everything has practically been impeccable. So Luke gets to his X-wing, and who is the droid that pilots with him? I think he pilots, or no, Luke pilots, but I think R2 controls like the other systems or something. I forget how that works exactly. But it's R2,
just like a co-pilot in general. It's it's a little much for one person to handle. I know in future stuff and this one, they talk about how something gets hit, the droid does the repairs, right?
yes.
So that's kind
Like
of
an
part
engineer.
of it. Yeah, kind of like that.
Because I know, we all know, if there's damage, and that the droid is going to try and attempt to make repairs, in the situation. So basically, they get on, and of course, they're the engineers are like, "Are you sure you want to use this droid?" He's like, "Oh yeah, heck yeah, that little droid and I have been through a lot." And so everybody gets ready for launch, and they all launch up. All the X-wing, all the fighters go and launch up into space, and we find out that the Death Star is just arrived in Yavin, and the thing that they added, and I've already said this earlier, they add a countdown to how long it would take for the Death Star to clear the gas giant, because that builds up a sense of time, a sense of stakes and stuff. I forget how long, it's like 15 minutes or something. Till they clear the gas giant. So they go up, and they're like, "Ooh, look at the size of that thing." So we hear that famous Battle of Yavin theme, dun 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 dun, bum dun dun. I always think of the game Shadows of the Empire, the second level where you're trying to escape from Echo Base. That's what they played for. That was the theme that they played for that level. So, but yeah, they go up into space, and Luke is part of the Red Squadron, and of course, you have your all wings report in, and of course, you hear your Red 1, Red 2, Red 5 standing by. And I love, I have to bring back Blue Harvest again. I love what they did with that. Red Button standing by. Red Fox standing by.
That was great.
Big Red standing by. Red October standing by. I thought Red. I forgot the band. The Red. I forgot the name of the band, but they also
Simply Red. Simply Red.
Simply Red.
Yeah.
Simply Red. Hilarious. So.
I do like that part in the movie, though. It's just it's really cool just to have everyone checking in. And yeah, like you said, red 1 standing by, red 2 standing by. All that's it's really cool. I don't know why. What about it? Just seems.
I mean, it gives you it basically gives you a sense of all the people that are involved in this operation in this mission. So
Right.
it basically sets up all the other pilots. One thing I did, unlike Return of the Jedi, even though I love the space battle technically is brilliant in Return of the Jedi, I didn't feel the same weight of when the fighters were being shot down. Like the first person you see killed is Porkins, the heavyset guy, and he screams right before he dies, and that messed with. When I was a kid, that I felt bad. Like he screamed and stuff. So you feel the weight, you feel the tension for the pilots because they can be shot down at any point. So there's that little bit of chaotic. It's war. It feels like war. Like this is one of the few times in Star Wars where it feels like genuine war almost.
Do you remember that part in Blue Harvest where Blue Harvest where Red Fox is like, "I'm coming, Elizabeth," and then he just explodes.
I've got the big one. You hear that, Elizabeth? I'm coming to join you, honey. Yep. So where was I at? So basically the operations, the X-Wings, the Red Squadron are basically supposed to cover the Gold Squadron. The Gold Squadron are the Y-Wings. So the Y-Wings are the ones really tasked, I believe, with going into the trenches and doing the trench run and getting the proton torpedoes, shooting the proton torpedoes into the thermal reaction, the thermal
Exhaust port.
Thermal exhaust port. There you go. So basically, they're being attacked by they're being attacked by the towers. They're being attacked from the surface and stuff. So they do show a single shot of them destroying a tower. And of course, we hear Obi-Wan talking to Luke, saying, "Luke, trust your feelings." And of course, he shoots the Death Star, and it kills a bunch of gunners or something, or shoots the surface of the Death Star and stuff. So we see that. Then, of course, Vader orders the TIE fighters to be sent out. So a bunch of TIE fighters are sent out. One goes after Biggs, and of course, one goes after Biggs from behind. So Luke manages to get behind that one, shoots the TIE fighter down, and another one goes after Luke. And Luke is in trouble, and of course, Wedge saves him. Wedge saves him by going up front, just shooting him like point blank, and just rides right through the explosion. So even though we know what Wedge does at the end of this, but at least he did do something. At least he did take down a TIE fighter. So I think after that, then I think the Gold Squadron basically goes into the trenches, and at the same time, Vader's like, "Oh, several fighters have broken off from the main group. Cover me!" And so that's when him and the two other TIE fighter pilots they launch, and then they go into a triad formation. So they're basically anyone that goes into the trenches, they take out right away. They're lined up, and they're practically unstoppable. Like they take out all of Gold Squadron. We hear that famous "Stay on target. We're too close. Stay on target. Loosen up." And of course, Vader shoots them all down. And of course, the final guy, Gold 5, is like, "They came to us from behind," and they get shot down too. So they didn't even get a chance to shoot the torpedo. Like they were taken out right away. What were you gonna say?
Oh, I was gonna say I like that part in the show too. They're just like in the show. You know what I mean?
Yes.
They're saying, with Vader's like prepare, broken off the main force. Prepare my ship.
Exactly.
It's epic. You have the music going on, and they shoot to him walking. It you can see the it feels even on the Empire side. You feel the stakes.
Did you say steak?
Yes.
Of course.
Of course,
Okay.
they did edit out one of the lines Vader had when he was in the trench.
Well, what they edit out?
Well, he was going, "This is Wizard."
Oh no, really? Excuse me. This
That's
is
a-
so wizard, Annie. Oh,
I'm a
okay.
virgin and my name is Anakin. No, I'm just kidding. Anyways,
Yeah,
Are you an
He has-
angel? Cash, are you an angel?
am
Okay,
I
I
an
should.
angel?
Yeah,
And he
that's the
has
first
the,
thing. That's the first thing Anakin says to Padme.
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, gosh.
Yeah,
That was okay. No,
the
it's fine.
famous-
It's just little Annie. Just some people growing up in that time feel that there's nothing wrong with the prequels. And I just have to remind them that there's some bad dialogue and
yeah,
Yeah, there's
especially-
some cringy dialogue. I agree.
yeah. The
Yeah.
famous
Now,
line
this is
with Darth
pod
Vader.
racing.
The famous line with Darth Vader gets into his TIE fighter and says, "Now this is where the fun begins."
Okay, excuse me. Let's continue.
Yes. Let's go, Whoopa.
Okay, so we had another scene with Tarkin, and they believe that they get another scene with Tarkin, and basically I forget the name of that one officer, but he basically tells Tarkin, "Hey, we've analyzed their attacks, and then there is a danger. Should I have your ship standing by?" And Tarkin's like, "Evacuate in our moment of triumph." I think you overestimate their chances because he's British and he has to say chances like that. So yeah, that was a mistake Tarkin made because if any top leader, if there's any sense of danger, they're technically supposed to evacuate. And we see him do it in Star Wars Rebels. He has his own Star Destroyer, and in season 1 they destroy his Star Destroyer they destroy his Star Destroyer, and he gets off before he can get killed and stuff. So Tarkin remains. He's overconfident in the Death Star. He's overconfident that all the rebels are going to be taken out. So Gold Squadron is basically done. So Red Squadron is all that remains. So half of Red Squadron takes on the task of going into the trenches to do the trench run. So Red Leader and a few others go into the trenches, and his support gets taken out by Vader almost right away. But the Red Leader manages to get a shot in. So he shoots the proton torpedoes, and it's, as he says, it's away. But the problem is they impacted on the surface, so they didn't go in. They just simply exploded. So he's still being pursued by Vader, and he basically Luke is like, "Oh, come by us, we'll cover for you." He's like, "Nope, negative, stay there. I just lost my starboard engine." In other words, he's saying he's done. And of course, Vader shoots him down, and of course, Red Leader's like, "Yeah!" For a second, when I first saw it, I thought he was going, "Yay!" But he's like, "Ah!" And then he crashes. I guess it was like a final death cry or something.
Yeah.
So pretty much all that's left is the other second half of Red Squadron. So it's basically only Luke, Wedge, and Biggs. So it's up to those three to carry out this mission, this titanic mission. No pun intended. So basically they go and they get set up for their attack run, and they go into the trenches. So they go in, same thing. Wedge gets hit. He basically leaves the battle. He can't help them anymore. And they kill Biggs. So Biggs is gone. So Vader takes Biggs out, and of course Luke is now on his own. And Luke is basically he's on edge. He's alone, and he's trying to focus on his mission. And of course he hears Obi-Wan talk to him, and Obi-Wan's like, "Use the Force, Luke. Let go, Luke." And of course cuts back to Vader saying, Force is strong with this one. Luke, trust me. And of course, Luke turns off his targeting computer, and the rebel headquarters is like, "What are you doing, Luke? Are you okay?" He's like, "Oh no, I'm fine." So while that's going on, Vader's still trying to gun for him. He does manage to hit R2, so we get to see R2 basically explode almost. We lose R2, so freaking the stakes are even higher now. So Luke has a very limited time to get to the thermal exhaust port to shoot it. So what happens? Well, Vader manages to get him into his targeting reticule, and he's like, "I have you now." And what happens? He shoots. We don't see it, but I assume that it misses Luke, and we see Han. Han shoots the fighter on Vader's right, and Vader's like, "What?" And of course, you see Han going, "Yahoo!" And of course, if the other pilot did not panic and knock Vader into space and destroy himself in the process, I think Vader would have killed both Han and Luke. I don't know. I don't know if you guys would agree.
At least Luke. At least Luke.
Yeah. So Vader is thrust into space because he got pushed by the other pilot, and of course we hear that iconic line, "You're all clear, kid. Let's blow this thing and go home." And then we hear dun 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 bum 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 dun 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 dun. And of course he shoots the proton torpedoes in the thing and explodes. Death Star explodes.
Yep, and as Cobra Disney Jedi says, "Great shot, kid. That was 1 in a million." Right after he hits the torpedo.
And I forget, what does Obi-Wan say? He says, "The Force will be with you always." Is that what he says, or does he say something else?
Luke, the Force will be with you always.
All right, and yeah, in the original film, it was basically you just see it bursts and you see the little particulates, kind of shine in space. And of course, with the I don't know if it was the DVD that started this or maybe it was the special editions, but we see a ring in the explosion in the special editions. There's like a ring effect that they created for that to make it even more epic. What do you guys think of that?
That's called the Praxis effect, and that was from Star Trek VI. Basically, when the opening of Star Trek VI, when he had the Praxis moon explode and they had that wave come out, so they decided they had to do it for Star Wars too.
I'm going to quote Captain Sulu. "Are you kidding? Do we report this? Are you kidding?" So remember the Vulcan proverb, Baron. Only Nixon can go to China.
That is true.
I just had to say it. I always have to say it.
But you haven't heard Shakespeare until you heard it in the original Klingon.
Yep. So the Death Star has been destroyed. Everyone on board's dead, including Tarkin. So even though Tarkin was a bastard, he was a great villain, and he will be missed. So if they're F in the chat for Tarkin. But yeah, Peter Cushing. I think Peter Cushing did such a great job. He basically is a freaking legend. He's a freaking legend because of that. I mean, his Hammer horror films made him a household name, but Star Wars made him even more of a household name. What's funny is Vader, David Prowse was also was in a bunch of Hammer horror films too. I didn't know. I didn't even know this. So, and it wasn't until years later that I found out David Prowse was the bodybuilder dude in wearing that weird skimpy outfit in Clockwork Orange. He was protecting. He was hired to protect that author guy that got attacked earlier in the film. So that was him. This was years before he did Star Wars. So, but yeah, so the Death Star explodes and Vader survives. Vader basically manages to regain control of his ship, and he manages to survive. So flies off into space. So if you don't see him die, he survives.
Yep.
So we get back to the planet. Everybody's happy. Everybody's happy that they survived. That they managed to complete the mission. It's such a great payoff at the end. We're all feeling it with Luke, Han, and Leia, and we feel bad for 3PO. 3PO is like, please help R2. I mean, I'll give any of my parts if you can help him. And I felt that was a great little payoff for how 3PO was treating R2 earlier in the movie. 3PO was a dick to R2, even though R2 himself is a dick too. But it was wonderful to see that they do care about each other. It was a nice little wonderful thing to see. So yeah, we find out. Go ahead.
Sorry. Oh, I was gonna say, obviously watching it this time, I knew everything was going to be fine. But when R2 got hit, when I was watching this for the first time, I'm like, oh my gosh, like, he's done for. Is that it? Is he dead? So then, when they're lowering from him and you see him all scorched and like, oh, he's going to be okay. Don't worry. It's like, oh, that was a huge relief as a kid watching it for the first time. I'm like, oh, thank goodness R2's okay.
All right. Have a good night, Disease. Thanks for coming by.
He is a great droid, and of course we found out in Revenge of the Sith that he got somewhat damaged and was never completely the same again, because he could do some awesome things in Revenge of the Sith.
Oh yeah, that's true. So I'm going to have to rewatch this and have to listen closely. It says Luke calls Leia Carrie if you listen close. Interesting.
I think that's been debunked, though. There's something that did come out there and debunk that. That was actually never. I don't know. It's one of those fun things,
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I'll remain agnostic on that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
And
But the interesting thing, I don't know if it was rushed upon earlier about R2 and 3PO. I mean, there's definitely a Laurel and Hardy early 20th century slapstick comedian type of comedy that was
your Abbott Costello, your straight man and your funny man. I don't know who would be the funny man in this case. Would it be C-3PO and then R2 would be the straight man, or would it be the other way, or maybe neither?
I think they take turns.
Yeah, they would. Yeah, I think I would agree with that. So that's the end. There's no more dialogue after this. So after that, it transitions to a da 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 bum bum da da. All right, I'm not going to go any further, but we hear a variation of the binary sun theme in a more positive, almost like a march, almost, because it's a military ceremony. And of course, I love how that ends. And there was an episode of Family Guy where they actually end the episode like Peter saved someone's life. This wasn't in the Blue Harvest. This was in the actual episode of Family Guy. He saved someone, and then they saved someone from a fire, I think, and it ends with him having this exact ceremony, and we see Chewbacca and the droids, and they're laughing. And Peter's Seth MacFarlane's Peter's laughing at R2 and stuff. It's hilarious. But yeah, it's a wonderful scene. It's a wonderful scene. The Luke and Han get a medal, and of course it triggers all the idiots who think that Chewbacca should have gotten a medal too. But I don't know. Maybe he should have. I guess he did. So, yeah, they get them. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, and you know what the inspiration for that entire closing ceremony was?
No, I don't actually.
It came from Leni Rosenstahl. I can't pronounce her name. From the Triumph of the Wills, the Third Reich propaganda film that was done in 1934, I believe. And because of the pomp and circumstances, and because of her filming of that, people always refer to the fact that even though it is a disgusting thing of Third Reich propaganda, Leni Rosenstahl, Stahl, yeah.
Okay, I've seen that name before. Okay,
right.
So
and
this was
a magnificent filmmaker, and she was tasked to do this propaganda film. And of course, he had marches similar to what they had in the closing scene of Star Wars, and Lucas was taking that and lifting that for the rebels.
Interesting. I did not know that. I'll have to check that out. So they get the medals, and they're all happy. They're all on the front. They're on the dais, and of course it ends with da 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 da. And then we hear dun 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 dun. And it says first thing we see, directed by George Lucas. So one thing I did learn, and he got in trouble with this because he repeated this in Empire. Apparently, it's against the code of the Screenwriters Guild, to have the director placed at the end of the movie, as opposed to, because they always reveal who the director is in the opening, usually at the beginning of a movie. So he was breaking. They fined him like a lot of money, and they were going to go after Irvin Kershner, who directed Empire, and Lucas basically said, "Leave my director alone. I'll handle this." Mm-hmm. So I don't know how, but he managed to get away with it the first time. But it was the second time that they went after him, jerks. He because of that he left the Screenwriters Guild. Hence, he couldn't hire Spielberg to direct Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, mm-hmm. Baron, I'm gonna start calling you the Cat Man. I really am.
Yeah.
Too so far.
Yeah, those are the ones really got.
Shave your head. I'll call you Ernst Blofeld.
Well, I
kill Bond now.
I'll be Dr. Evil.
Yes, Dr. Evil for sure.
Throw me a freaking bone here.
Right. I'm gonna shoot you with my laser.
Laser.
Sharks with freaking
he always likes
laser
to do
beams.
the quotes. My laser beams.
I want sharks with laser beams. He wants sharks with laser beams on their heads.
Can I have a hug? Please let me have a hug. He's talking to his son.
And of course, Seth Green's his son, of course. And what do you know? Mm-hmm. So yeah. I mean, like I feel like all the praise that Star Wars has gotten, all the fact that it became such a big franchise, I feel like it was all properly earned. This movie was brilliant, in my opinion. And it wasn't always brilliant. Lucas was making mistakes left and right. There was obviously production issues, filming. They didn't even get special effects. Like they had to really rush to get all the special effects done, especially with all the ships and stuff. So like, really, like, it was really the editors that just did such a good job of just like, maintaining tension, building up anticipation, and just like us learning exactly what we needed to learn. Like there wasn't, they cut out, they left the right amount in, they cut out all the fat.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And they did. And of course the editing won an Oscar, the visual effects won an Oscar, John Williams for his music won an Oscar. And one other thing that we didn't mention yet that I think was also brilliant was the sound, Ben Burtt's sound. Lucas called it an organic sound design. And like the lasers, the blaster bolts, the lightsaber sounds, the sounds of the doors opening, the ships, everything, like that was all created by Ben Burtt, and like it was just amazing. Like it just like it makes it more real. It makes it more real. Like it's its own thing. It's something that you can easily identify Star Wars with.
Yeah, and when some people are like, "Oh, some of this movie is boring and this and that," like I just don't agree with that. Maybe it's just because I grew up in a different time, but I just don't agree. This movie, it's never been boring to me. I can watch Star Wars 1,000 times and still.
Hey, Cash, didn't you grow up when the money wasn't a thing yet? And dinosaurs were roaming the earth.
Yes, no, I
just kidding. I didn't mean it.
That was Baron, man.
Baron. That's me.
Baron.
That's me.
That's Baron.
I'm the old timer.
I was a sidekick. No.
He was my mini-me.
Yes, Nerdporeal. The first time I went on stream with him, Baron, he was like, "Do you not take credit?" And I was like, "Oh gosh, here we go."
Well, you thought I was talking about taking credit for something. I'm like, not that credit. I'm talking about like credit cards credit.
Yeah, I did.
Because your name is Cash Money. I mean, isn't credit the bane of your existence? I mean, at least that's what I thought.
No, of course not.
Oh,
Bitcoin is.
But okay. What do you call it? Cyber. What's it called? Cryptocurrency.
Cryptocurrency.
Mm-hmm. Why was I going to call it cyber currency?
Yeah,
Jeez.
I haven't gotten into that. I don't know if I ever will, but
yeah.
And actually, about the John Wayne, that insect creature, the one with the we were talking about earlier with the long snouts, the Kubaz, that was John Wayne that they took.
What was John Wayne again?
The noise is that one alien that we were talking about earlier with the snout and the glasses that was sold out Han and the gang to the stormtroopers.
That was John Wayne. That was John Wayne.
John Wayne's voice that they reworked and put in there. So
really?
John Wayne was actually in Star Wars.
Wow, I had no idea.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Well, it's just side note. While we're talking about that, I was going to bring it up, but I totally forgot. growing up, I played a bunch of instruments, but I played bassoon, and that was one of like the 3 main instruments in that cantina band. So
Nice.
every time, we'd always do some sort of Star Wars score, usually in like high school because it's so popular. And I always that was the one thing because bassoon's kind of weird. It's like who even plays that thing? So I was. Excuse me.
Whoopa,
So,
can you answer this question for Darius Munchausen?
What's that?
He's asking if I like science fiction.
No, he's not a big fan.
No, I'm what you call a fake fan. I don't really like this stuff. Like the only reason why I'm talking about it is because I need the attention. I need the validation. The millennial in me needs the validation. So
He watched The Big Bang Theory. It was so neat and so cool to be hip.
Oh yeah, yeah. The Big Bang. Yeah, they went away from the nerd culture in that show, and I think it suffered a bit for sure.
Dies.
I'll be honest. I've never watched The Big Bang Theory.
Well,
you didn't miss a bunch.
it's all right. You don't have to. It did go on 13 seasons though.
But yeah, Darius Munchausen. Do I like science fiction? Well, this thing is called Nerdporeal Sci-Fi Chats for a reason. So I'm gonna assume maybe.
Yep.
Maybe.
I can always change my mind. Like, you know what, Star Trek. I talk about Star Trek quite a bit. I do that to show off. I want to look cool. I want people to follow me. I want the clout. That's what
the attention.
You don't have to agree with me. You're supposed to say no, Nerdporeal, you're great. You're awesome.
No.
I love it. That's why. That's great. I like it when you do it. It makes
Look
it
at
funny.
me. I can say nanu nanu.
No, for the record, Punk Waddle likes science fiction.
Oh, good.
Really? The hell you say?
Yep, he likes science. He likes to build Gundams. He likes to build Gunpla. So.
And I forgot to say it is it's Penguin Awareness Day. So everyone wish a happy Penguin Awareness Day to Punk Waddle.
Happy Penguin Awareness Day, Mr. Waddle.
Sure. Yeah. I'm gonna do the Anchorman thing. I don't believe you.
There is a Penguin Awareness Day. Yes, there is one. I don't know if it's today.
Another day that I'm supposed to care about that I probably don't. Even though I like
penguins.
But
the official Pokemon Twitter said that it was Penguin Awareness Day, and they would never lie to me.
They would never lie to you. No.
Never. Not once.
Day for this. Talk like a pirate day. There's a whole bunch of nonsense out there. That's
So to answer Boba Fett's question, and I hope Boba Fett doesn't hunt me down and doesn't hunt me down or take any bounties on me, but my favorite sci-fi that I'm most attached to. I mean, I give Star Wars credit for me getting into this franchise. I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about, especially Cash. What do we do on Tuesdays? What do we talk about? What franchise? What is it called?
Was it something called Star Trek?
Yeah, that's right. So, yeah, the original series era of Star Trek was what I'm most attached to. So, even though I like Luke, Han, and Leia, I'm more attached to Kirk, Spock, and McCoy.
That's cool.
So, yeah. So, my favorite sci-fi would be Star Trek, classic Star Trek. Not the. I watched a little bit of the new Trek. I watched Picard, and that just killed my interest right away. It was a terrible show. And it was.
Some people are watching it just because of, just to keep the franchise alive. They can't let it go, and I can understand that to an extent, but I just they keep changing these shows, and I've said before, I don't like this checkbox list entertainment that we keep having. A lot of it is out there, and I don't think this is great. I want great characters again that have flaws and are evil, but we have to find out why they're evil, and there's a good reason they're evil or they're good or whatever. Nothing's wrong with that. Or even stuff that's happy. Just a happy story. That's good too. Everything doesn't have to be doom and gloom.
I agree.
Hollywood,
I mean, and the thing about Star Yeah, and the thing about Star Trek was, I mean, you did get some darker stories at times.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you know, you got your Outcast episode of TNG. You had, I mean, which was based on, and of course, the Orville episode about a girl was based on that episode. So, I mean, it didn't always end well. But a lot of the times, I mean, it was them out there in the galaxy working hard because, you know, you're working in space. You know, space is dangerous. Just being in space is dangerous in and of itself. So, I mean, that's why they need all the people, everyone to be, you know, working on the ship because they have to maintain their survival. And of course, they have, you know, they have work to do. So, but they're out there learning. They're also out there learning about the galaxy. They're learning about, you know, they're out there learning and they're meeting new people and forming relationships. And that's basically, to me, what Star Trek's all about. And if you want to go further with Gene Roddenberry, maybe there's other parts of existence that we haven't encountered yet. Maybe we'll merge with the machine like V'ger, you know.
As I always say, as crazy as this world is, this crazy Looney Tunes cartoon world, the aliens are like, the hell with this. I'm not coming here. This place is absolutely nuts. Yeah. That's just my feeling.
So I have to respond to this. Boba Fett is basically saying I am a closet Kurtzman fan. I did give Discovery a chance. I was okay with season. I know a lot of people are I was okay with season 1 for the most part. I wasn't really happy with the fact that they spoke Klingon. The Klingon spoke Klingon the whole time, and I did not like the new design, the new makeup and stuff. I feel like they should have just stayed with what TNG and, you know, that era of Star Trek did. So, but then every episode focused on the main character, Michael Burnham. I didn't mind her at first, but then she started getting more and more like she was part of every single decision. I'm just like, let the other characters shine. And they barely developed any of the other characters. And I thought the other characters weren't too bad at first. But then they just didn't really do anything. Like Tilly, I was okay with Tilly, and then they didn't do much with her after that. Well, they just made her more emotional, and I mean, so
feelings and starships.
Yeah, as they say, feelings in hallways. So, but it wasn't Discovery that killed my taste. I mean, season 2 where they broke canon with, you know, it's supposed to take place before the original series, that they had all this crazy technology, they had all these robots, they had all these droids, they had all these fighters. I'm like, what is this? What are they trying to do? I mean, if you're going to do that, make it take place further down the line so it's a little bit more believable. So, and of course,
my apologies, my gentlemen. I have to be going here though. I hear a bed calling me. So unfortunately, the morning comes too early for this bearing. So
okay.
You have anything you want to plug?
Well, just my channel. I mean, I have my channel. I usually try to have a show every Wednesday at 9:00. I'd like to have YouTubers come on. It's called Baron After Dark. Haven't got anybody yet for this next coming up show, so that's my homework to do.
Baron, do you use Discord at all, or
a little bit? Yes,
okay,
I have Discord.
Great. Okay, cool.
I'm a Luddite, but I'm trying to get more educated in that stuff.
Are you in Nerdporeal's Discord, or?
No, I'm not actually.
Okay.
I think there's a link in the chat or something.
Okay.
Punkwaller or Jake D will leave it. So
that would be a good way to contact. I also have Twitter recently. I finally got back on Twitter, but
yeah, so I only have that for communications with the people and such. So it's not a big thing. You know, for me, it's just a play thing. It's nothing to be serious about.
Cool.
And of course, and every Sunday at 5, I'm with the Kings, the Primetime Kings, 24/7 Fusion Media, Vigilante Williamson, Fat Steven Seagal, and of course, yours truly. So,
well, I really appreciate you coming on. It was pretty cool. You were a great addition to this panel. I'm happy to have you. Love to have you.
Well, thank you for inviting me.
Your knowledge is impressive, man.
Yes.
Talking to you again.
Yeah. Great to have an original cast member.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, yeah, kind of. Okay. Well, gentlemen, again, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody in the chat. Everybody, have a great night. Love you all. It's because of all you guys that we are all successful out there. So let's keep it going.
That's true. Take care.
Yep. Night now.
All right, so I figure just the three of us now. I figure you guys have anything you want to plug, and we'll call tonight. It's almost midnight. It's been a 4-hour thing. It's almost we're 7 minutes from 4 hours.
Almost done 4 hours.
I know.
Yep. Did you want to plug anything, Whoopa?
Oh yeah, sure. So, I am tired. I'm feeling the 4 hours. But it was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun. Tons of people in the chat. It was really cool. But so this Saturday at maybe 3-ish, it depends. I have not figured out time yet. Excuse me. But I'm gonna be playing through some more Guardians of the Galaxy.
Okay.
The newer Marvel game. It's a lot of fun. We had a ton of fun on last time I played through it. I can't wait to play it again. I've been thinking about it a lot. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And then also every Whoopa Wednesday, I'm doing a playthrough of Pokemon Red. So
Cool.
last episode, yesterday, I just beat Erica. So I got 4 gym badges. And we're in business. We're doing really well. So come stop by. It's a lot of fun. That's all I got.
So everybody, subscribe to Whoopa Troopa immediately.
Yeah.
Yep. So
And Cash, you.
Yeah, so the Phantom Hooligans, we usually on Sundays we do a discussion stream about news that went on. We also been talking about Beta Fett. I've been calling it Beta Fett because this is not the Boba Fett that I remember, but anyways. And then I've been doing gaming streams. So I'm going to start on with Plague Tale of Innocence. So soon, probably tomorrow night, I'll be streaming. And I also have my own Discord. So, I've been building that. But yeah, just going to keep doing stuff with the Phantom Hooligans. And then as it was posted before on the Madness Talk Cafe, which is something I do with a friend of mine who's an artist. We had been talking about this before the Phantom Hooligans channel. So we're going to do streams on the Phantom Hooligans, and then we're going to do art streams and so on. She's even going to teach me how to draw on stream. We're going to talk about that and on the Twitch channel. So yeah, I'm just a lot of grinding and building and having fun and stuff.
So everyone, go and subscribe to the Phantom Hooligans, and avoid them at soccer games. So everybody, Whoopa, Cash, Baron, Paul, and who else was on? Felix, Star Wars Theology. Thank you guys for all being on. I really appreciate it. I think this was a blast. I actually prepared this time. I took notes while watching the original movie again, and it took me some while to get back into it because I kind of basically let go of a lot of the franchises lately and stuff. At least Star Wars, especially Star Trek, is a little more disconnected, so I can still enjoy it without worrying about the new Trek stuff so much. But yeah, once again, thank you guys. The chat, you guys are amazing. You guys kept the fire going. Kept the fire going, and you guys kept saying awesome stuff. Thank you for coming by. I am currently working on my Super Mario RPG retrospective. I am still writing it. I have only I'm 3 pages in, and I've barely begun. I'm basically writing in my own words the plot of Super Mario RPG. So I've only gotten to the first star, so I have to write in my own words the rest of the story, and then of course my review after that. So, but if you haven't checked it out, I've made a little teaser for that on my channel. So check that out. Right now, I'm currently playing The Messenger. It's a very tongue-in-cheek, very self-aware version of Ninja Gaiden, but it's not Ninja Gaiden. It's actually, imagine if Ninja Gaiden was also a Metroidvania type of game. So basically, yeah, check that out. I'm going to probably do another stream on, I'm not sure if I'm going to do one tomorrow or Saturday. I haven't really planned on it. So, but yeah, be aware of that. And my next Nerdporeal Sci-Fi chat's probably going to be in 2 weeks. So I'm not going to do one next week. Just want to kind of relax. I want to get my Mario video done. And I'm not going to be on Tuesday Night Trek next Tuesday. I'm actually going to be on Cosmic Fusion's channel. He's going to be interviewing me. So that's where I'm going to be. So I'll have 2 weeks to catch up on Tuesday Night Trek. So I think we're going to be covering, I think in 2 weeks, season 1 is going to be all done of TNG. So if you're not subscribed to Paul's channel, the Star Wars guys, and we do Tuesday Night Trek every Tuesday. So if you're into Star Trek, check it out. So, I mean, other than that, everybody, once again, thank you so much for coming by. Subscribe to all the people that were on the panel and to each other and stuff. And remember, may the wings of Nerdporeals carry you all to happiness. And remember, to be Nerdporeal is to be happy. Now enjoy this outro and have a good night.
Then he is not. I'm doing it my way. To say the things he truly feels, and not the words of one who kneels. The record shows you took the blows, and you did it. Your way. Live long and prosper, George. Well, live long. You've already prospered enough. Thank you, George.